Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. Make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared I walk a straight path. Not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb. And I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I will get back up. Cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're chance to be ruthless. That is your chance to be ruthless. That is your chance to be ruthless. They don't wanna see me make it, they don't wanna see me care. Anytime I make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I won't get back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down, they wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt, they're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By
We will indeed, and we will be discussing the huge success we had with I, Hypocrite the other night, and specifically this inchoate team power that we exhibited, truly transformative, something to be very excited about. Some of the ancillary stories we will cover today: France's first flying car, new super surveillance doorbells, NASA to launch Artemis, science says past, present, and future exist all at once. And our featured story today is Utah teacher, anti-white as all hell, who touted classroom built for non-white students. The Go Free lesson of the day: who and what you are when you go free. From the glossary, numerical courage and numerical diffidence. And an MC today: so you object to whites protecting ourselves. Special reading today from Born Guilty, now that it is back on the shelves, page 305. Your calls, your comments, your questions. And then there is this. Our very own Franklin sits down at his seat to watch me take my oath of office as president, emperor, king, and lord over Western civilization. Another man sits one down from Franklin and notices that the seat between them is empty. He asked Franklin if he knew who was supposed to sit there. Franklin replied, "My girlfriend's supposed to sit there." "Where is she?" asked the man. "She unexpectedly passed away," replied Franklin. "My God, I'm sorry," says the man sympathetically. After a few minutes, the man says to Franklin, "Are you keeping her seat empty in her memory?" "No," Franklin replies flatly. "Then couldn't you find someone else to join you at this momentous event? I mean, wouldn't any of your relatives or any of her relatives join you today?" Franklin tore his eyes from the proceedings and said, "No, they're all at the funeral." And we are going free. It's 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, outside of Mordor on the Potomac, somewhere that way, roughly. It is 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. And are you in the process of going free, making your life infinitely better? Well, if you're not, you can begin today. And you can be like good Franklin is, the troll slayer and extraordinary hero in many other ways in service to white well-being. It's wonderful to have you all here with me today. We're going to have a glorious gathering, as we are wont to do. Please let me know if the microphone sounds as wonderful as it normally does and should, and if the picture is okay. Great to see you all. Over the course of this gathering, I want your comments. I want your questions, but you're going to have to tag me as No White Guilt. The mods, the troll slayers, as we know them, are going to be helping you. They're going to be helping you stay out of the foul ball areas when it comes to comments and things of this nature in the live chat. Please respect them. They will do their best to respect you as well. We have a method here, the Go Free method. So even though you might bring your ideas from all these other places whence you came, and that's the proper use in the English language, damn it, I'm going to ask you to set those ideas aside for the moment, unless you have a specific question or comment for me, but you have to tag me for that, and I will address them over the course of this gathering. You can do that in any of or on any of the platforms that we are broadcasting to this magnificent evening outside of Mordor on the Potomac. It's glorious out there. It's utterly glorious. And every time I step outside, the sun gets brighter. Maybe I have something to do with it. So you may tag me as No White Guilt on any of these platforms. I will be keeping an eye out. You can do like our good friend over there, Nationalism TV, disagreed with me, but he did it respectfully, and we had a respectful back and forth over there on Odyssey. Be like Nationalism TV if you disagree. Beginning my rapping career tonight. If you want to financially gift, you can do so over on Entropy. The link is down below. You will pay them 15% for the privilege to do so, and they deserve it because they keep free speech alive. You may also pay 15% to Odyssey if you would like to do that. And over on Odyssey, you can pay a financial gift with tokens, library tokens, their cryptocurrency, or in dollars. And hello to everyone over there on Odyssey, as well as to D Live. You are over to my left, your right, on monitors over there. Great to see you all. Hello to everyone on YouTube. Great to see you all here. You may also financially gift by way of Cash App. Again, the URL in the description below. Cash App is no cost to you or me. You can financially gift there in dollars and cryptocurrency. Wonderful to see everybody here. Please share the URL while we are together. Regrettably, as truly magnificent as I am not a young, beautiful woman. I know that's hard to believe. I am not, though. I am not a young, beautiful woman. And as a consequence, many dim-witted souls are not going to show up to see what I have to say. In fact, I thought it was so funny. Someone wrote, and I don't know on which of my platforms it was, someone actually wrote, and it'll be funny if they go and delete their comment. They said, "Well done, Jason," putting that picture up of the pretty young girl. "I stopped and watched your video because of it." And of course, he was talking about the video of Misha that we reviewed last night. We reviewed her video and her introductory video to her channel. When we're done here today, but only then, may you head over there and watch that video. It is extremely educational and edifying as well. And you need that in addition to the education. You will learn many different things from me breaking down these videos. And it's all really thanks to, I guess, the first thought for it, as I mentioned yesterday, came from the great ForNull, where he was right and I was not. He said, you have to do more of these. And other people have thrown their voices in support of ForNull's position, and I will. I will respond to those who are right because we have the same objective, and that is white well-being. You may financially gift in cryptocurrency by heading on over to knowwhyguilt.org. If you make a mistake and you go to .com like that one, you'll end up in the same place. You'll click on the financial gift tab and you will find the addresses there you can use. You will also find the snail mail address at which you can write snail mail to me. Shall I throw in a dad joke? Don't send me any snails. Let's get underway, ladies and gentlemen. I was on iHypocrite, as you know, and the show went magnificently. I continue to receive comments. And by the way, let me take a quick look about am I sound good? Yes. The great Nathaniel Nelson is here, says, sounds good, looks good. A true champion there. And great to see you, dear brother. So we're sounding good. We had a great conversation. iHypocrite is a really great guy. He's got a wife. He's got a baby. And I think they're having some kind of legal trouble with some porn thing who is suing them because he used an image for a tweet or something like this. And so if you have any legal knowledge, you might be able to help them out. Maybe reach out and share your 2 cents with them. But we went over there and we talked about debating with anti-whites and what is the means by which I suggest to go about that process. Now, in just a moment, I'm going to share with you some very interesting information about what really took place there. There were 2 really big things going on over there, but really the signs of invincibility for the white well-being community, to me, is the most exciting. We had a great conversation, but after I talk about those 2 things, we're going to be getting into this story. You don't want to miss this. Utah teacher who touted classroom, quote, built for non-white students, close quote, now on leave. This is a disgusting, vicious, anti-white, and she's white, slug of a human being who went out to teach in this predominantly white area because she wanted to inflict injury on Western kind, specifically on our babies. I'd like to share with you the image of this monster. Let's see if I can give you a quick share of what that looks like. That is the thing we're going to be talking about here in just a little bit. So you can keep your eyes on that anti-white pig, and we'll be talking about her in a moment. I do want to say, though, we had a great time and we communicated a lot of great information. And the way I went about that communication is in and of itself, as folks are saying to me, one of the best ways to communicate the Go Free method to people who are brand new to it. That's one of the benefits of me going on shows with folks who have no idea, or they have a little idea, and tell us about what the Go Free method really is. And I was able to lay it out there. He's an intelligent guy. He was able to take the information down. He says he's going to be going back through the video and pulling out things that he can put into videos that he makes specifically for that purpose. It's a wonderful thing. So you can look to it for the information that I shared and how I shared that information. Both of those avenues are available for a powerful education in communicating the Go Free method and advancing what we are doing here in service to white well-being, which is working everywhere we turn, which is working with every person we reach out to. It is truly splendid, built in love and having the exact effect we wanted to have. But here's the thing that is very exciting to me, as we're 7.5 minutes out from the bottom of this hour, this first hour of Going Free Gathering, is that we witnessed the incipient materializing of the inviolability of the Go Free method, the community, the teamwork, coming together in love. When you witness for example, you can think of, and maybe you were in the military, and you can think of teams in the military. You can think most of us, the interaction will be in places like sports and scouting. And you can recall when you were part of a team, when you or witnessed a team where all the pistons were hitting at the right moment. And as a consequence, all of the individuals became something far greater than they ever could have imagined, both in themselves and magnified many times over by way of the team. And you saw that in the live chat, and you saw that as well in the threads, materializing in the threads. You saw that when people were there asking questions, and this is the beautiful thing. You had an audience over there. There were 400 plus people watching live. You had an audience where there were folks who were just totally ignorant of the Go Free method, and they're like, what is this? I've never heard of this. You had others that hadn't heard about it, and they were interested. They wanted to know more. You had other people that were just totally indifferent, and they were just like, I always love Hypocrite. I'm here for every show. And so whatever, sounds like a cool show. And you had me-nots. And we did have a question in one of my threads about what is a me-not. Well, a me-not is someone who is intensely jealous of yours truly, intensely jealous and envious of me, intensely jealous and envious of this community, of all of these early adopters, these apostles. There are hundreds of millions of people on planet Earth. If you are in the first several thousands, and there are plenty of people here even closer than that, you are like walking on water special. And there are folks out there who are invested in other vehicles, invested in other ways. They don't want to come away from them. Maybe they've been harmed by them, and so they've double, triple, quadruple down. These people are insanely jealous of yours truly. And so they come from different communities. Sometimes it's this community, sometimes it's that community, but they show up and they demonstrate this great jealousy with their lies about me, the lies about the community, the typical and tired and vapid, absolutely insipid claims that they make. So tired of hearing them. They out themselves the moment they show up. Hostile, very hostile. And there was one particular community there, oddly enough, the same community who's trying to get on another show that I'm on. It's so insane how asinine and how dumbass these midget wits are, with their little midget stick pogo sticks under them. Insanely how dumb they are, because they're over there begging to come on to another show that I'm on, and then incessantly slandering me and the Go Free community everywhere we go, and been at it for actually over 2 years. These losers have, me nots. So what we've done is we refer to these kinds of people when they show up just to slander. They don't want to talk about the Go Free method. They don't want to acknowledge all the successes. They don't want to acknowledge the transformation that there is in individuals, that there is in families, that there is in communities, that there is in big content creators, that we've seen in politicians, even using as we push calculatingly with our teams and individuals in a coordinated effort. We now have organically appearing in live chats, organized effort, organic, organized effort. These people, these champions, and I'm going to read some of their names. And if I miss anybody, then it's just because I missed them, and it's not because I thought less of them. But in the actual live chat, I saw Herculean champions, part of this organized effort. Think of the basketball teams, like you've watched in these where they do these studies, and you have these basketball teams like college level, high school level, where you have these teams where that all the news is on them all the time because they have a marvelous Black athlete here or there, and they can do wonderful things on the court. But then in these studies, they show it's actually the white high schools basketball teams, or almost 100% white, that are acting in concerted effort, organized as a team, a machine, a living machine out there on the court that has the vast majority of state records, the vast majority of any kind of record that's being taken. And so this is something the white race does not do normally outside of a team, of a sport, of a military operation. We normally don't operate collectively and organically. We normally are wont to radical individualism, which is absolute, abject, squalid suicide in a world of collectives. This, my friends, materialize champs like Franklin, ForNull, Amna, Elaine Sabatino, Axis Mundi, Fit and Healthy at Any Age, Naderific, Artificer, Carlisle, and then I saw others, Ardent White, Mr. Fookers, Biospirit of the West, Pants, Nathaniel Nelson, Buddy Duddyful. It was marvelous. In the live chat, and I think he's actually deleted the live chat, so I don't know what other kind of conversation took place there, or if he changed something in the video, took something out. That would also delete the live chat, but you can still see the thread there. You can still see these champions working together, interacting, coming in for 1-2 punches. I mean, it was glorious. It was like your best, your favorite boxer in there, just 1-2, 1-2. They're being polite. They're being to those who deserve it. They're being instructive to those who are asking for instruction. They're being teachers to those who need an education. And when people, me-nots, show themselves just being villains, they are slaying them. They're cutting them down and moving right on to people that they can help. I loved it. In that live chat, we also saw Sassy Shelley was there, and we had a comment. Just to point this out, we had a comment that really demonstrated. There were several comments what I was feeling as I looked through this, and the only one that's left now is this one by somebody called DT. Listen to this. You need to read every comment here. There's something not right about this guy and this crew. With all the spicy shit dude said in clever ways, he's absolutely some kind of white advocate or whatever. He's a leader of some type of thing that nobody here is saying what it is. Folks, this is astonishment at organic, organized endeavor based in love. This kind of thing has not happened. I've been here, as I say, 3 decades, and I have watched where you have like the me-nots who showed up in that live stream radical individualists full of white negativity, hate for other races of mankind. They're not working in concert. They're not working with love for our people. And so coming together doesn't naturally occur for them. They don't naturally gel with each other. They are disruptors showing up at the same time, individual disruptors all showing up at the same time. And that is all they do. They bring to each of these other groups that you find out there in the white sympathetic sphere this wide array of heterogeneous views. They don't agree on everything, as we agree here in service to white well-being, about being white positive and putting the reclamation of our destiny with love, hope, and redemption at the forefront. We have unanimity of thought. Unanimity of thought based in love is unstoppable. And that is something that we can and should celebrate to the heavens. Everybody who is the least bit legitimate or claims to be the least bit legitimate in concern for the well-being of the white race in the white sympathetic sphere should be talking about that, should be talking about the activities of this community in live chat and thread after live chat in thread. It is a beautiful thing. It is incipient. It is powerful. It is as magnificent and glorious as that brand new baby taking its first breath, he or she, and looking up into mom and dad's eyes for the first time, this son or daughter of the West. Nothing but the stars ahead of him or her. That, my friends, is what we bring to the challenge of anti-whiteism. We had this also in the chat. Me nots attacking. This is the last thing I'll say about this, and we'll be getting on to our ancillary stories and our featured story of the day. People attacking me on the basis of my race, looking at my surname and claiming all sorts of things. And this person, Andrew, I've never seen this person before, might be somebody who's not even in the community for all I know, said to these folks, sad to see our folk doesn't recognize their own kind anymore. Jason just couldn't be more German, as his last name also shows. Kuna, as in König, meaning king, should be self-evident, as his looks. God bless you for that, brother. We will keep burning them down. We will keep the midnight oil running as we recapture our destiny. I want to give my big, heartfelt thank you to all of you. I could not have been more proud. A big salute to every single person that participated in that and who is participating elsewhere in that, with that same sort of agility, that same sort of tenacity. I mean, this was like the opposite of piranhas. This was just like coming at every direction. And instead of taking bites of flesh off, it was putting bites of flesh back on the body of our people so that we can stride back out of that mire and look like the archetype of Western kind that we are inside, each and every single one of us. We will climb that mountain. That sunrise will be our sunrise in the West. And it'll be because of these champions acting in concert exactly as it was supposed to happen. God bless every single one of you. I love you all. Let's get on to these stories, ladies and gentlemen. What a glorious thing that we have done. France's first flying car from Renault looks like a 1930s steampunk dream. I'm not actually going to show you the car because it's just like a child's drawing. I mean, what in the hell's going on in France? This is how bad our once great country of France has gotten. That the depiction of the car looks like a third grader drew it. Renault has decided to go with a decidedly retro aesthetic depicted by this third grader. There have been many advances in the worlds of locomotion and aviation in the past 100 years, but they generally stay in their respective lanes. Pun intended. Until now, Renault has developed a working flying car. Did the French not know that this has already been done? I don't know. Renault has developed a working flying car that looks an awful lot like one of its first flying cars with 4 helicopter propellers attached to a places of wheels and tires. The result? A flying machine that looks like it was ripped out of an alternative timeline, 1960s, where the tech took off way faster than it has here. Well, you know what? We would already have the flying cars if it weren't for the anti-whiteism, where we've been wasting our time, talent, and energy, infinite dollars. Where's it been going? Well, it's been smothered by anti-whiteism. And one of the ways it's been smothered by anti-whiteism is that we are forced to harmonize the diversity, which radically diverts our resources, time, talent, and money. And that radical consumption of our resources radically lowers our quality of life in all spheres of our lives. Well, Jason, I guess we don't have flying cars yet, but maybe we will in the future. It's not the flying cars, dum-dum. It's the medicine that would have saved your mother. It's that revolutionary piece of medical equipment that would have saved your brother's life after his auto accident, that would have been affordable and in every single hospital after his auto accident so that he could have been saved and then could have gone on to have the nephew that you loved and cared for and gave all of your avuncular wisdom to. And then he went on to cure cancer. But guess what? That doesn't happen. Opportunity costs unfathomable, beyond all imagination, because of anti-whiteism. Because of anti-whiteism. When you get mad, make sure you direct it at the people who deserve it. Like the face that I was showing you on the screen of that vicious anti-white whore that we're going to be talking about in just a little bit. France. I wonder, what is it about France, ladies and gentlemen, that would make them want to get off the ground and into the air? What's going on in France? Could it be that we've given our once glorious nation of France over to anti-whiteism? And could it be that people with very different biospirits, some of whom, of course, are absolute geniuses and the most wonderful people on planet Earth, but others have created these environments, these enclaves that have kind of grown together across the map and have made it so that France isn't France anymore. And so now the French, our brothers and sisters there, they want to travel in the air everywhere they go. In related news, the French are developing hovering homes. But we also have this. Why homeowners are trading in their outdated doorbell cams for this alternative. The security benefits are insane, says Douglas. For the past few years, the home security industry has had just 3 big companies that could set any price they wanted and kept ripping off customers. But a genius new startup is turning this $17 billion home security industry on its head. $17 billion. We should not have the security industry if we were a totally Western country, if the West was 100% white. Wonder what the crime would be like. I don't know. Maybe you could do some research. I wonder how much money would have to be spent on home security. Do you think it would have to be 17 billion as in Bravo? Do you think it would have to be 17 billion as in bitches? The company has figured out a way to offer far superior home security camera, even the biggest tech experts agree, at a fraction of the price, with break-ins, package thefts, noisy neighbors, and vandalism becoming more and more common. Having a home security camera you can rely on is essential these days. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, when the stories we've heard, and some of us have lived in all white areas where it's all white, you have your homogeneity, and you're much more likely to feel like a family, where you're monoracial anywhere around the world. Non-white countries too, non-white areas, you're much more inclined to feel like a family where everybody is your extended family. And as a consequence, for us and other races, I'm not speaking to other races of people. I'm sure that they commit far less crime even than we do. But in our communities, we used to have places, And we've heard this from our parents and grandparents and great-grandparents. Well, I used to remember we used to always leave the keys on the dash of the car, not just in the ignition, on the dash. Car doors unlocked, keys on the dash. Front door always unlocked, sometimes open if it was hot enough in the summer. Windows open. No worry about people being abducted from the house. No worry about the break-in. Yes, bad things very, very rarely happened. They happened so rarely that people could do things like leave doors unlocked, windows open, keys on the dash. But now we have an approaching $10 billion security industry. Do you remember when people used to say about our once great country, South Africa, that it could never get that bad here? And they just turned a blind eye to us in that country, to our people in that country. And they said, well, yes, in South Africa, in Rhodesia, they now need the most vicious attack dogs on planet Earth. They now need 8-foot-tall fences with spikes littered across the top of them. They now need surveillance cameras 24/7 aiming every direction to alert them because the police don't come. They now need firearms out the wazoo because all they have to do is pull up and that gate opens and the anti-whites are on top of them. Now, all of you indifferent pieces of shit to our suffering in that country, now it's coming home to you. And that's a good thing. Just like I was saying about Misha at the very beginning of that review. Wonder what motivated her. I only watched bits and pieces of the first video. I hadn't watched any of her introductory video. And I said, wonder what it was for her that motivated her to stop being anti-white. And halfway through that introductory video, she talked about how uncomfortable it was to see a man in the bathroom. Nothing against the ladies' bathroom. She called him a man. I'm not. If he's an imaginary woman, that's what he is to me. If he pictures himself as a woman, that's what he is to me. It's a she. So whatever it takes, if it's going to take neighborhoods getting worse and worse for white women and some percentage of white males out there to get so uncomfortable that they come looking for the go free method, then good. NASA starts countdown to historic Artemis launch. NASA started its countdown clock Saturday for the launch of Artemis 1, an uncrewed test flight around the moon that is a first step in an ambitious program to bring humans back to the moon for the first time in 50 years and explore the possibility of living there and on Mars. NASA's countdown clock for Artemis began at 10:23 a.m. Saturday with just under 48 hours to go before the rocket is scheduled to take off from the Kennedy Space Center. It is historic, ladies and gentlemen. There's more to read there, but we're running out of time. I'll just say this. They're going to be flying around the moon. They're going to be having a look at everything going on there, looking to see if we can return and how to return. But I will add this to it. The space race is on with China. And China is a unified, monoracial country, a single people who are dedicated to the well-being and triumph of their kind. They are moving, and they've talked about before, moon bases and bases on Mars and the ability to strike targets on Earth from the moon and mining minerals and other things from Mars. The United States, the West, will be defeated in this race by the Chinese if we continue to be a multiracial hell dedicated to the victimization of Western kind. We have to, once again, assert our control over our destiny as Westmen, men, women, and children. And only then can we and the good people of all immutable characteristics who live in the West work together in this space race that we must win if we are going to survive in any contest with long-term with the Chinese communists. Anti-white, every single last one of them. Let's get on to this story Utah teacher who touted classroom built for non-white students now on leave. A spokesman for the school district said the teacher's comments were, quote, very disconcerting, and she has been placed on leave while the district investigates the matter. Only placed on leave. Wait till you get the kind of garbage that this woman said. Maybe we have the actual video of what she said. She pulled down the video. She made the video. I might have to find it at some other point because we're running out of time. She makes the actual video where she's saying, I made this class for non-white students. So let's go ahead and dig into that. 4th grade, 9-year-olds. I want you to think about white children, little boys, little girls, the age of 9, who had this anti-white whore, monster, demon, swamp beast, crawl up out of the mire and get a job in this district to victimize white people. You think I'm exaggerating to victimize white people? If she wanted to improve the lives of non-white children, she would have gone to or remained in a non-white, heavily non-white district where she could have been beneficial to them as much as her heart's content. But she did not stay there. No, she went looking for the white classroom. She went looking for the white students and the white parents. Let's have a read. The 4th grade, and let me say this. I'm not saying get this bitch fired, but I am saying that if you, after finding out about this story, feel so inclined that you want to reach out to the principal and the heads of the county in this particular county in Utah, you want to reach out and you want to share your views, as we in White Service to White Wellbeing are wont to do, because we like to change the world we live in. To talk about this anti-white, not to act like one of these antags from the anti-white narrative. No, to be a loving person who is concerned about the white children that are going to be exposed, going to be victimized by this anti-white swamp beast. The 4th grade Salt Lake City, Utah teacher, this is in Utah, for all of you out there, all the white people out there, the cravens that are always saying, we should just move. We should just move. And now I'm for, before people start misrepresenting me, strategic relocation. If you're someplace where you're under threat, you can't operate, you can't make a living, whatever it is, strategically locate someplace that you can, so that you have that good base underneath of you. You can live your life. You can empower yourself. You can serve white well-being from there better than you can in places where you can't make a living and you have to have the vicious attack dog and everything else. Because of the threat to your life and the safety of your family. Having said that, there are a ton of people out there, especially there are a lot of, I don't see this as much from the atheists. I very rarely have positive things to say about atheists, but it seems like I see this less from atheists of the run and hide somewhere as I do from people practicing some religion. So people practicing pagan religions, European pagan religions, or Christianity of various stripes, Catholicism. I hear from them often, we're going to go high, just go high. You move to some place that's more white. Well, the Mormons, of course, say, move out to Utah, it's all white, then everything will be fine, right? Well, no, that's not right. Because anti-whiteism is everywhere. And in fact, they can move and do move hordes of wonderful, bubbly, creative, and sincerely helpful folks who want to just show up from other parts of the world, who have different biospirits, right smack dab to the middle of the little town you set up. So maybe Jason was right again. Utah teacher who posted a video on social media in August bragging about how her classroom was, quote, built for non-white students, close quote, has been placed on administrative leave. We'll just ask from the very beginning. Remember how we use this as a fulcrum to communicate the key concepts in the Go Free method. If a white teacher had made a video of him or herself saying, I went into this non-white district and I built a classroom for the white children that are here. Wonder if it would just be administrative leave, or would it be instantly fired? Now you have the conversation with your interlocutor about why this is the case. Because anti-white narrative, because anti-white's in charge, etc. Spokesman for the Granite School District, Ben Horsley, released a statement and said the teacher's comments were, quote, very disconcerting. Really? Now, what if we had all of you with me 10 years ago? What if instead of me having to get out onto YouTube to finally push through this iron curtain put down by these me-nots out there, people who are like friendly me-nots and vicious me-nots in the white sympathetic sphere, what if they had really cared about white well-being and they had said, wow, this Jason guy's having a lot of success. It's really changing people's lives. Let's get him as speaker. Let's write articles about the kind of things that he's doing. And I had all of you with me 10 years ago. Horsley would be saying, this is very anti-white. He would have heard it by now. What she is saying is anti-white. Instead, he says, very disconcerting. And she has been placed on leave while the district investigates the matter. Close quote. The unnamed teacher, sporting dyed red hair, taught at William Penn Elementary with it. Okay, so she's at an elementary school called William Penn Elementary in the Granite School District in Utah. So, I mean, that'd be all the information you'd need. Leave her alone, though. Do not reach out to her. Do not find her. I'm asking you, do not find her. Do not message her. None of that's going to be any good. No one, that's what white negatives do out in the world. They find somebody like this and then they'll send some kind of a disgusting message, and then she'll have that to show up, to the reporters, and the anti-white reporters will be very happy to show that. I've seen times like this. It disgusts me when people have sent messages to somebody like this, and then they go on about some other race of people. They brainwashed you to behave like this, and you all are going to get the X, Y, or Z. You are nothing but idiots talking like that. If you want to be evil, stand outside the walls in Hollywood and apply for all the villain roles, because your LARPing might as well be paid for. You're doing it free. And I think that's like, what do you call a prostitute that doesn't ask for any money in return? That's what you all are. You're prostitutes that don't even ask for payment. How pathetic. No reason to reach out to this person. Is obviously diseased beyond salvation. She's diseased beyond cure. But the school, the district, and if you want to share your feelings with the principal and the superintendent and all of these sorts of folks, then, that could be something you could do for your concern for the white children. And how dare this district, maybe there should be a lawsuit against the district if she's allowed to be in the classroom, because there's no redeeming somebody, right? There's no like, you said you were going to victimize all the white kids, but we had a talk with her. She's going to be okay now. No, there's no coming back from that, right? There's no coming back from that. In my opinion, there's no reform for that. She's reformed now. No, there's no reform for that. She's not going to be able to be trusted in a classroom for the rest of the year. Hasn't even started. She's starting off saying, I built the classroom for non-white kids, even though there are only going to be a couple in the room. That means I've built the classroom to victimize the white students. And she goes on to admit exactly that we in white well-being are right again about what motivates anti-whites. And by the way, this is firing me up. I'm going to get fired up. I know we're 4.5 minutes from the top of the hour, but I'm going to go ahead and get fired up because I remember there were a lot of people. It was just a year ago, I think. No, yeah, it was just a year ago. And there was a big sort of a storm back and forth with people who supposedly want white well-being, who were saying, no, they're not motivated. Anti-whites are not motivated by jealousy and envy like Jason says. No, they're motivated by this other group of human beings. You absolute turds. And what do we see every single time? It's jealousy and envy. If you don't understand your victimizer, you cannot possibly defend yourself. You see, every time they have to carve out a space for somebody like this. Every time it's somebody of a different group that they're not demonizing at the moment, they got to carve out a space for them. This witch would have hated the white race and would have done everything in her power to victimize us, whether or not some other group of man existed. Sporting dyed red hair, taught at William Penn. So William Penn, by the way, I believe this is the person that Pennsylvania is named after. I think this was some sort of, I think he was a religious scholar or something like that. So that would be Christian. And then he would have gotten the land from the king. And I don't know exactly what happened. It was probably taken away eventually, because unless he just gave it over to the revolution in America here. But he's white. He's a white man. And so if this bitch gets to stay at this school, maybe she gets promoted so that she doesn't have to be around the children. If she gets to stay at this school, maybe she gets to the point of bringing in more anti-whites into the school. And then what's going to happen to the name William Penn? It's going to get changed. Probably, what would be your guess? You know, the latest non-white victim of having a fist fight with the police and dying in the process, or pulling out a gun on the police and dying in the process. Quote, "For the first time in my life," she said, "I'm going to be teaching at a majority white school, and I'm kind of interested to see how students and parents react to my classroom." What's her motivation? To victimize Western kind. This is what she says in her own video that she made. Her own video, her own words. It's kind of like, I'm a prophet, but I don't need magical powers. I've just studied these fuckers forever. For the first time in my life, I'm going to be teaching at a majority white school, and I'm kind of interested to see how students and parents react to my classroom. What is her classroom? It's an affront and victimization to the white kids. It is an exclusion of the white kids. It is forcing the white kids to be those who are not special, to be those who are not unique, because the non-whites have special cultures, special personalities, special peoples, and they've been oppressed. And who are their oppressors? Well, it's those white kids that are in the room. That is the anti-white narrative. And that's what this swamp beast wants to do. Victimize them. And she is eager to see, like a psychopath is always eager to see, how much of an affront that she can be to healthy people. By how disgusting and wretched can she be to healthy people, and see what they do in response to that. How much can I white erase them and see what they do? Her sickness come to the surface. See just how they will react in my classroom, or if they will even notice that it's built for non-white students. Wondering if the white parents will notice that her classroom is built for non-white students at the white majority school. And these people have put her on paid leave as they think about whether or not that is wrong, whether or not that deserves termination. In my mind, the just thing is for there to be thousands of letters, emails, and phone calls to the principal, the superintendent, until this woman finds herself so far out of luck with these people in charge that her ass is in another state before she can find some sympathy. Let's move her down to teach in Rwanda. How about that? The teacher added that she had made an effort to limit listen to this. This is one sick piece of garbage. The teacher added that she had made an effort to limit representation of white kids in the materials she presents to students. This could be reformed. Are you listening, principal? Are you listening, Horsley? Is this something that could be reformed? Somebody's saying, I want to see how those evil white parents respond to the classroom I built for non-white kids. And then she says she made a conscious effort to limit the representation of white children. You're going to reform that? You're going to put her back in the presence of these children. And I'm going to say it again. This is 100% the truth. Anti-whiteism inflicted on white children is far worse than pedophilia. It's far worse. So whatever you think about pedophilia, whatever you think about adult children's sexual relationships, anti-whiteism is worse. Because you could be molested, and there are people out there who have been molested as children and who have gone on to live their lives, to be productive, and to have suffered that indignity and that horror. But there's no getting away from who and what you are. When you're victimized by some sort of a monster, you leave that victimization for the rest of your life knowing that the victimization was that monster's doing and that you are not that victim anymore. When you are demonized to the core of your marrow on the basis of who and what you are, you never escape it. How many people victimized from anti-whiteism go on to entice adults while they're still children because they hate themselves? How many people how many whites victimized by anti-whiteism go on to experiment in various sexual ways when they should be thinking about dolls and coloring books and climbing trees and smelling the fresh air? How many of them go out and start drug abuse and alcohol abuse when their young minds and their creativity should be looking at what all of their adults had done in their world, all of their ancestors, and saying, that is glorious. Maybe I can do one better. There's no comparison. And would you put a child molester back among children? If you wouldn't put a child molester back in the care of children by herself, then you absolutely shouldn't put this anti-white swamp beast back among white children. She uses the pretext that it's all about doing good for the non-white children. Then let's make sure that she can go teach in Rwanda or some inner city, Detroit, Washington, D.C. I know they love them here in Washington, D.C. The white teachers at the schools here in D.C., oh, they love them. They love them. I had a conversation. I knew very well a white girl from Kansas, and she was going to do good. She was going to show how anti-white she was. She was going to go educate in Washington, D.C. I could tell you the stories about what happened to her. So let's send this white woman on into D.C. Limit representation of white kids in the materials she presents to students, which extended into coloring books where, quote, not a single one with a person on it depicts a white person or character, close quote. That's this pig's words. All of the coloring books that she has for these 9-year-olds, white 9-year-olds, not a single coloring book has a single depiction of a white person. The maroon-maned educator also said that literature was, quote, kind of dominated by, I mean, you could tell by the deep thinking there. It's kind of dominated by the straight cis white men. Anybody talking like that at school? Fired. Get out. I would love to be, could you imagine Dean Danger in charge of a school? And then you have this, she somehow slips through the cracks at school, and she's like, that's kind of dominated by cis white men. It would be like the old NFL with the drop kick, metaphorically. But her library, quote, is overpowered, she says, now from all the books that I've been purchasing to add onto my library that depict a lot of diverse peoples. Remember, you're not a diverse person if you're white. Diversity means no white people. It's a mean pathogen. She says it depicts a lot of diverse peoples, whether that's the people of color or have like books or non-binary, trans, otherwise LGBTQ characters. So did you think there for a second? I bet you did. I bet that you thought when she said diverse peoples, and she said whether that's people of color, which is a meme pathogen that we never use because it excludes the white race from humanity. It dehumanizes us, which is why you can just fire white people in the West today from their jobs. They have no income, and people are like, they can't feed themselves, no medical, no nothing. Oh, well, you can butcher them, you can rape them, you can have what's happening to us in South Africa, and the whole world is just like, ritualistic butchering and gang rapings. It's white people. They've been dehumanized. Terms like people of color do that. When Auntie Pat at your meal or at your work or whatever decides she's going to use people of color, you need to tell that bitch that as a consequence of you using that, white little babies are being ritualistically gang raped and murdered, our people, because you are excluding us from humanity. That blood, those screams, that horror is on your hands, you fat bitch. And then see how righteous she is in her anti-whiteism after that conversation. You can leave the bitch part out. But I bet you thought that when this anti-white swamp beast said it's diverse peoples, people of color, or that you thought she was going to toss in white people. Did you think that? You think she was going to toss in some white people? Oh, no. No. These are only white people who are anti-white that get to participate. Only these privileged groups that call themselves victim groups because they're in the anti-white narrative. So you throw in a bunch of these imaginary men, imaginary women. You throw in people who you've included them and they've stupidly accepted it, that their whole identity is what gets them aroused. Give me a break. Everybody, every single person out there, male or female, who is aroused by members of your own sex, your gratification, your arousal is not the sum total of who you are. You need to dump anti-whiteism as quick as possible. You need to accept that you have been duped and move away from that shit. I cannot believe, honestly, that you allowed them to convince you that your identity is what gets your rocks off. I mean, how stupid. A whole identity based on that. A whole identity. There's no way in hell I would allow my attraction to good-looking women to be who I am. God almighty. she goes on here. I feel like some parents might have something to say about that, she concluded, citing her quote experience with, she doesn't say white parents. Oh no, because white parents doesn't give her an opportunity just in and of itself to slander white people. It's harder than that for her. She has to say her citing her experience with posh white parents. That's just any white people, because they're all the avatar of all the best things about Western kind. So you can be a plumber. You could be the wife of a plumber. You could be the wife of a bricklayer, of a garbage man. Honest work, most glorious thing there is in the world. Things that have to be done in the world to make our society function. You are the wife of a garbage man. White woman, he's a white man. And you show up to talk to this anti-white swamp beast. And she is going to refer to you as a posh white woman because you turn your lip up at her anti-whiteism. What is she going to say about the white parents that go in there and they're like, what is she going to say about the white parents that look at these coloring books and they're like, I never seen anything like this in my life? They are all going to be evil in her mind. That's how she's going to talk about every single one. The only white people that are not going to be the posh white parents are going to be the white ones who show up and say, this is glorious. What other ways are you victimizing Johnny? Please tell me you have more ways. I had a fantasy the other day that the teacher would make him crawl on hands and knees over glass, just naked in front of everybody because he's a white boy. That'd be the only thing this witch would accept. The teacher removed the video and apologized, but an investigation, as though an apology is going to be enough. Again, if the superintendent, the principal, the county, if the principal's not going to fire her, the superintendent doesn't fire her, then somebody who could fire both of them. I mean, if people were to send all of them messages and that were to happen down there, then, I'm not going to care because I think that's what she deserves. She should not be near any white children. But if they're going to say, well, she said she was sorry, I'm sure that would work for a white person. I'm sure a white guy could go into a non-white community and say, I've set my classroom up for the few white students that are here. All my coloring books, not a single non-white person in them. I've been organizing, buying books and books. I can't wait to see how these posh non-white parents look at my classroom and my material. I'm sure all he'd have to do is say, sorry. Can I have that big job back? Big paycheck again? I'm sure. The teacher removed the video and apologized, but an investigation was launched by the school district to see if any policies had been violated. If any policy, you don't just automatically know that policies had been violated. I mean, what kind of policies do they have in this district if you don't automatically know that setting out to victimize a race of children, in this case, the white race, is kind of against policy, kind of shouldn't be done. We kind of, have some policies here that say that that's malapropos. It's a bit gauche. William Penn Elementary Principal, Dr. Nicole Higgins. Okay, Nicole. So I guess Nicole, there's another name that you need to know. Higgins, and I'll put the link to this story in the description after the show. But Dr. Nicole Higgins released a statement on Sunday reiterating that she was personally committed to, quote, ensure every student feels safe and welcome. Well, then that means this bitch is fired. Nicole, have you already written up the pink slip? Adding that it is, quote, inappropriate for any employee to make students feel unwelcome in any way, shape, or form. Okay, so again, no sorry is going to be enough. Spokesman Horsley said, quote, it would be in violation of our district policy. Wait, maybe we're getting somewhere. Let's see. In violation of our district policies and state board rule to teach anything other than the approved curriculum and students or to discriminate against any student. Or standards, I apologize. Approved, it'd be against policies to teach anything other than approved curriculum and standards or to discriminate against any student. And remember, you don't rest on your laurels with that. I understand you don't discriminate against. No, you better not allow anti-whiteism at your school. This is disgusting. And you don't have to mention that you want all the black kids and all the brown kids and all of these kids to not be discriminated against. Don't do that. That goes without saying. As soon as our investigation is complete, we anticipate taking appropriate corrective action. We know that our role, let's make sure that it is. I mean, you all, if you want to write, reach out, phone call. We know that our role as educators is to support parents and the families we serve, and we value our parents and their engagement in our schools and classrooms. No final decisions have been made, and she's on paid leave. Why is she getting paid? I mean, for God's sakes, why is this anti-white whore being paid after doing what she did? Maybe you all have answers, but maybe what we need is to print up a big old effigy of this thing and set fire to it. And with that, I'll be right back.
Would you like to network with white positive people in your area to rid your community of anti-whiteism, to help ensure the well-being of Western kind? If so, please consider joining or creating a Go Free club. Go Free or Going Free clubs are dedicated to teaching the practice of going free of the anti-white meme pathogens preventing Western kind from protecting themselves from anti-whiteism. By forming clubs, white positive members of a community can help each other to overcome the anti-white propaganda they have been infected with by utilizing the teachings of Jason Kuna's book, Go Free. Go Free clubs have been forming throughout Western civilization since October 2021. If you are interested in joining a club, simply reach out to the founder by email, and they will begin the vetting process to ensure you are white positive and willing to positively contribute to the club. You do not need to provide any identifying information to begin the vetting process, but you will need to meet with a club representative in person before joining an in-person meeting. In addition to joining an existing club, please consider forming your own if you live in an area currently lacking a club. Current clubs may be dedicated to entire countries or states, but as membership grows, clubs can begin to form at the city and town level. Mr. V, the founder of the first Go Free Club, is serving as the leader of the other Go Free Club founders. He will walk you through the process of forming your own club. Please reach out to him at gofreeclub@protonmail.com. Please help us to ensure the well-being of Western kind and Western civilization. Thank you.
Justin Brady, a 16-year-old Enfield High School sophomore, was stabbed to death by 18-year-old Shyheim Trey Adams. Shyheim was charged with first-degree manslaughter in the stabbing death and charged with tampering with evidence. Despite having admitted to the stabbing and admitting to trying to hide the knife, Shyheim has been found not guilty on all counts. Thomas Brady, the father of the murdered young man, was in shock after the incident. He is quoted as saying, "How can a 16-year-old get stabbed to death and people do nothing about it? There's no way to wrap my head around it." Brady continued, saying that Shyheim, as well as other people, actually stood over Justin and did nothing as he bled to death from the stab wounds. The anti-white murderer stabbed the high school sophomore around midnight between September 9th and 10th in 2018 on Hoover Lane in Enfield, Connecticut. Shyheim's attorney claims that the murder was in self-defense. Shyheim and Justin, however, had agreed to fight through a series of electronic communications. Connecticut General Statute 53A-19 specifies, "Combat by agreement not specifically authorized by law is not grounds for self-defense in a case." Even though the fight was agreed upon by both participants before engagement, this statute was not weighted into the jury's decision. Shyheim was legally an adult at the time of the killing, yet his attorney pleaded to the jury by lying about his client in saying, quote, "Society can't place adult expectations on adolescents," end quote. This case is a sobering reminder of the effects of anti-whiteism in the United States of America. Shyheim and all other anti-white killers were sent a clear message the day he was acquitted of Justin's murder, that the obvious murderers of whites will go unpunished.
All right, that new song that you heard that sounded like ForNull was ForNull. It is his epic new piece, and if he will, he could share the link to his channel so that you can go over there and you can become a sub to his channel and listen to the fantastic tunes that he has there. I love that new piece. It's a real middle finger to the me-nots out there in the world. Great to see you all here today. Let me know that the mic is still working okay, because very often when we come back from things like that, the mic has a little hiccup. I'll just go ahead and make a change. Should be working. Now we're going to get on to the Go Free lesson of the day. But first, we're going to take a look around. We're going to take a look at our financial gifts, what you all are saying, and if there are any questions or comments. And please remember to tag me as No White Guilt. You can also, if you don't want your comment or question to scroll away, you can go over to Entropy. Link is below, and there is a question widget there. We affectionately know it as the Tall Kevin widget, and you can write your question or comment there, and it'll stay there until you or I delete it. Over here on Entropy, we have coming in here, number one, the great Tall Kevin himself is here, ladies and gentlemen. Tall Kevin 87, financially gifting $5, and he writes this: Promethean hails, a big Promethean hails. And we will go ahead and just jump to part of the announcement section because we want to celebrate this champion yet again. So please get out your 07s and your raucous emojis and your V's for victory. Make them raucous, make them emoji for the great Tall Kevin, because he's been out. You remember that he has gone out and he has created bumper stickers of his own volition. This is how the Go Free method works. They are in keeping with the Go Free method. He then posted them around his community and other places. He has posted them and just to get the message out. And as a consequence, and I want everybody to think that your little effort can't do it. It can't accomplish anything. You can't do anything big because you're just some single person. You go and post a sticker or a leaflet somewhere or a poster, that can't do anything. Or that conversation you could have with that guy at work who's now the coach of his little girl's soccer team, and he was saying something anti-white, and instead of telling him, hey, that's pretty anti-white, I know you wouldn't want to say that and make the white little girls on the team feel bad, so maybe you want to edit that out. And you think that that's all not going to accomplish anything. But the reality is that it's these small wing strokes of the butterfly that changes the world. And indeed, Tall Kevin had posted this bumper sticker, and the one and only Andrew Torba ended up seeing it, assuredly picked up his phone and said, who is this nowhiteguilt.org? This was months ago, many months ago. And he landed on the website. He could tell this is a place for love, hope, and redemption. He gabbed it. He regabbed it. He started following me. And just again, recently, he coming upon these stickers and other stickers for nowhiteguilt.org, practicing white well-being. He gabbed it all over again. It was a glorious thing that showed up on his thread. Now, we can give our thanks. We can give our thanks to Tall Kevin 87. So God bless you, brother. Safe travels wherever you are, and I hope you're well. You and your wife, your lovely family, beautiful people. Thank you so much for all that you're doing in service to white well-being. It is, of course, for the people that he loves most, the people that he's able to lie in bed with, stand over top of, and watch them, maybe a child or more, maybe a wife, sleeping, and know that he is making their world safer, not just talking about how when the balloon goes up or when the whatever, he'll do something. No, he's actively making their worlds better by going free and being a part, embracing the struggle, being a part of the actual community to promulgate the Go Free method. So God bless you. You know that love he feels in his heart. That's what's going to drive him. You know, when he says to himself, I wonder if I should get out here and actually go post a sticker there. I wonder. I might have to cross a lane of traffic. It's the middle of the day, or maybe go out in the middle of the night. What's going to make a person, what's going to make some hero like Tall Kevin get out and take risks? It's going to be for those he loves most. He's going to think of that baby in the crib. He's going to think about that wife curled up, waiting for him to come back home and wrap himself around her and know that she is safe, that the family is safe, and that he's taking steps to ensure that even when he's no longer here. So, big thank you to Tall Kevin. And I want everybody to know this can be you. It can be some small deed that you do that changes everything. So put all our small deeds all together, and we are the tidal wave of baptism that cleanses the West of all that is fetid, anti-white, and evil. Thank the good Lord. We finally found something that works. God bless you, brother. Really appreciate you. I just also want to mention, Torba regularly will delete his original posts on his Gab. So if you didn't see it when he had first posted it, you can see it on my Gab. I have a screenshot of it. I shared it everywhere. And he has, sometimes I don't know, but he posted that, and then immediately there were a bunch of these me-nots from this shitty little group of turds that have been attacking me and this community for years, and nothing but a bunch of me-nots. That's all they can say now is me-not, and they in high falsetto. And they showed up and they immediately started posting their memes and saying negative things about yours truly. And so they probably would have forced his hand sooner on that thread than maybe otherwise would have been the case. We have here Yiz, the eunuch and unifier. You know her as one of the Dragon Lords. Remember, Mondays are for the dragons. Her show starts at 6, ForNulls at 8. Make sure you're out there. 2 shows. Make your Mondays go from, let me see, how can I do? Maybe make your Mondays go from sucking to sucking. Yes, financially gifting $5. Thank you, Yiz. She writes here, weekly folk tide to celebrate the victory we had with I Hypocrite. We are winning. Keep pushing. Go team white well-being. WWB. Amen to that. Go team. Go team white well-being. God bless you, sister. We also have another true champ. He's identified himself, and I won't say this many more times. So if you weren't there, then when he identified himself as a non-white person who supports white well-being and opposes anti-whiteism, and we have quite a few of good folks, honorable people from other communities who stand with us against anti-whiteism because, one, what's being done to Western kind is immoral. It's unethical, it's immoral, it's wrong. And that means good people, irrespective of their background, are going to stand up and say, stop this shit, right? And number 2, they can see that what's getting destroyed in the world are things they need in the Western world, things they want, things they depend on, and that the banner that flies over that destruction is anti-whiteism. So if they want to stop freedom of speech being taken away, if they want to stop civility being taken away, if they want to stop Western norms being white erased, then they need to oppose anti-whiteism. Light of the twin lamps. Financially gifting, get out your raucous emojis. He went beyond the $20 minimum for the raucous emojis in the 07s with a $25 financial gift. God bless you, brother. He says, do you believe Marxism is inherently anti-white? Yes. Or do you think that that anti-whites tend to gravitate toward it? Would you believe someone if they said they were both white positive and Marxist because they were class conscious? Here's the thing when it comes to all of these, anything that can be put into the laboratory of thought, anything that can be made into an abstraction and just discussed purely in the laboratory of the mind, is that you can take any abstraction, you could take just about any ideology, except obviously for anti-whiteism, which at its core is about victimizing Western kind. You could take it and you can strip it of the reality in which it operates and say, in this laboratory where I have denuded it of reality, it can, in this case, not be anti-white. That's possible. But I occupy myself with the real. I occupy myself with the tangible, with the world, rather than theory. So I've got no problem if people want to sit around and they want to chat about theory and whether or not something is in theory is anti-white or not. I've got no problem with that. But when it comes to the real world and the application of theory, in the real world and the application, it is always anti-white. That's just the bottom line. So I don't need to do any more investigation. And trust me, our lives have more than enough that we have to do in our lives that than to add something unnecessary. And so that's how I look at it. And I would caution folks, if they have, maybe they like a particular type of economy or governmental ideology, etc., or even, religio political, whatever it might be, and they are enamored by it, they like to talk about it, they've done a lot of study about it, to just couch it in the sense that you're in a lab, you're talking about this theoretically, not the real world, when you have these conversations that you enjoy. But no one out there is going to be able to redefine what Marxism is today, because they make some, for example, and I'm not saying you're doing this, but I've seen it so many times in the white sympathetic sphere. Well, someone will take an ideology and say, well, I'm just going to make a website and redefine it. And before there were websites, it was, I'm just going to start a newspaper and redefine it. Well, it doesn't work that way. So where the rubber meets the road, it's hardcore anti-whiteism. This is why we can say that Soviet communism was anti-whiteism. What did it do? What was its focus vis-a-vis the actual population of Russia? So at no point was it to make the best of the white race. It was to make the best of the Soviet man, which they then incorporated. And remember, the Soviet Union brought in tons, not nearly as many as, of course, the rest of the West did, but they actually had like big movements of people where they didn't say, oh, the borders are open and you'll have a better life here, because who the hell is going to want to go to Russia when I was the Soviet Union? So instead, they just said, okay, we'll go grab this bunch and we'll go bring them over. So it was anti-white. Appreciate the question. Thank you very much for that, good brother. We have him, folks. We have him here. He has shown up. You know how I know? Because it's the opposite of a lighthouse where you're sailing and you find a light in the distance. You know that, okay, I'm getting close to shallow waters. I know this is the lighthouse. No, this is like the opposite. This is like a lighthouse upon the clouds, showing up to mariners on the sea to show them the direction to go. It's dude bro moment. Financially gifting 50, the light of white well-being will lead the way dollars. God bless you, brother. Thank you so much for being you, for everything you do, for showing up again and again and again, as true as the sunrise and the sunset, man. We love you. 50 US, the white light of white well-being will lead the way dollars. And he says with those $50 for white well-being. Amen to that. He's seeing the success of the Go Free method. And I want you, Misha, I just reviewed your video. Are you watching now? I hope you are. I want you to adopt the Go Free method. Dude Bro Moment wants you to adopt it. Check it out for 2 months. I will send you a copy, a digital copy, a Kindle copy of the Go Free book. And you can get started. You can find out. You can say, well, do I want to use concepts that empower me, or do I want to use the concepts that disempower me? And then you can make your decision. I hope you'll choose to empower yourself, because I need you to be powerful. Especially, I mean, Look at the audience that I pulled just because you were on the screen. And people even admitted, way to go, Jay, like as though they just no self-awareness of how superficial the statement is and how superficial the decision is to come and listen and heed a document or doctrine than to say, well, she's a pretty girl on the screen. I'll show up. Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate you showing up. And then I guess I know when my mug is on the screen, you're nowhere to be found. I mean, doesn't that make you like one of these Omega men? I would not want to be that. I've never been that. Just like instinctually. Forget about it. All right. Let me swivel around. We're going to take a look over here at Cash App. First Last is here. Great to see you, dear brother. Wonderful champion. Donning Armor is here. Lewis is here. Elaine Sabatino. Great to see you, dear sister. Ladybug is here. Brent Danger. School of the West. Folks, we're starting back at school. You know who needs School of the West? The 9-year-olds in that anti-white swamp beasts classroom. If you were the parents of that 9-year-old, of those 9-year-olds, if somebody finds me, maybe like a local newspaper where that school is in Utah, someplace where an advertisement would be really cheap, get me the information and I will run an ad in that local community newspaper for School of the West. Done deal. I need somebody to get me the information. If it's affordable, don't get me like the city's newspaper, because you know that's not going to happen. So get me like the community newspaper. Get me the phone number for whoever, or the website. You could walk through the process yourself so you can see, okay, Jason, 1, you do this, 2, you do that. I will run an advertisement for School of the West there, and I will tell these people, look at this woman. Your white babies need to be protected. And you can get additional materials at schoolofthewest.world. Dean Danger will come to the rescue. I love that. Dean Danger comes to... We've got the coolest names. I always thought that they were going to change the people who had adopted the name Groiper. I always thought they were going to change that to something cool, because that couldn't be more bitchy. But whatever, if they want to keep Groiper, it sounds like a pimple on your penis. Got one hell of a Groiper, man. Got to go to the doctor. She's going to lance it. One hell of a Groiper. Actually moves under the skin. It moves under the skin. Gross. Doesn't it sound like that, though? Man, did you hear he's got a bad case of Groipers? Whole crotch lit up. Whole crotch. It's like a pus factory. Man. All right. First Last says here in the live chat, if you are really a good leader, I'm going to guess you're going to tell me to go to Cash App. Is that where this is going? If you're really all you say you are, you would have the brains to check your Cash App. All right, man, I'll do it. 1 second. Arden White is here. Montana Kid is here. Unmapped Insights. Hello, dear lady. Donning Armor is here. That's a man who doesn't have a bad case of Groipers. Southern Bloom. Hello, dear lady. White Calling. Axis Mundi. Speedrunner. Wonderful champions. They're all here. Brand Danger's going to walk in. That would be such a great cartoon. I could see it now. Like this anti-white swamp beast. She's like, I'm going to victimize all these white kids. I'm going to just show them how little they are. They have no importance. And all of a sudden, boom, door gets kicked in. And it's like this giant foot, like this high up in the air. And Brant like slides into the room. Oh my gosh. And things might get wild tonight. If you leave, just because you left, I might edit out all the good stuff. So, you. Brent slides in there. She looks up at him and she tries to throw the Medusa snakes out of her head. Makes that pretty face, that Medusa. That's what all anti-white females look like, Medusa. And Brent already knows how to handle that. He spins around. He's got the shield up. He sees her in the shield, sees the reflection. He's got a maybe a crossbow with a white rose loaded in it. Hits her in the chest. She starts melting like Wizard of Oz witch. The kids, all the little white kids, yay! All right, let's see what's being said. Caleb's here. Great to see you. We have the one and only, ladies and gentlemen, the one and only. And we might have to say something about, she's bringing this to mind again. I think we might have to say something a little later during the announcement section. But we have I Love Jesus Christ. Wonderful woman. Back again. Another $10 financial gift. She's as reliable as the air we breathe. God bless you. $10 financial gift. And she says as well, for white well-being. Amen to that, sister. Thank you so very much. And we have Tamara is back again. Thank you so much for sure. She has this time a $15 financial gift. Thank you so much. $15 financial gift. She says, love the passion and the fury. Thank you. I appreciate it. I don't have to do any, the thing when it comes to me, and thank you again so very much for that, the words as well. I don't have to put a show on. I don't know what would happen if I had to put a show on. Like we were talking yesterday about how the salty cracker guy puts a show on and it's entertaining, and I don't put a show on. When I get pissed, I'm really pissed. When I'm mocking anti-whites, I'm just mocking. I mean, this is how I am. I could be on the subway with you and I'm talking like that. It's just me. So I appreciate it. Thank you. The passion. Whoa. J.W. Olner is here. And J.W. Olner is going to raise his hand up to his brow, just like this. We're all going to do it. 07s, and raucous emojis for first last. He's decided to go crazy again over here on Cash App for his love for white well-being and probably deep disgust for that anti-white swamp beast. $100 from first last. God bless you, brother. Thank you so much. We love you. He says, gift, $100 gift. And he says, please mention Georgism, because we know that First Last is into Georgism. And if you have any questions about what that is, you can pose them to him as he is in the live chat still. We deeply appreciate you, brother. And thank you for all that you've done in service to white well-being. Another $100 gift. And last week, what was last week? $300 financial gift. So God bless you. Thank you so much. And we have this from that true champ whose song we just played. ForNull. Man, can that guy rock? Is there nothing he can't do? Some of the guys in service, and we were talking about this First Last tonight. It seems like, the talents, the intelligence, the premier people are coming together. And they're coming together here. So all these folks that want to just be like me-nots and want to ignore and everything, the day is going to come when they suddenly are like, oh shit. And they come, hustling up to the door, and we're like, hell no. Your spot was filled a long time ago. But I just get the feeling with some of the talents of the people in service to white well-being that I could think a question that might be in their purview. And when I get up in the morning and I raise the blinds and they're like sitting Indian style floating outside the window and they have the answer. They're like, I'm here with your answer. I definitely get that feeling. The great ForNull, financially gifting $10. And he also says, for white well-being. Let's get a round of emojis and 07s for him. That song, that brand new song, is specifically, we are getting, with these, we call them just as a group now, me-nots, but they come from various groups across the white sympathetic sphere, and they're very disruptive, and they've done all that they can to undermine us. But rather than talk about each of their particular groups and maybe offend people that don't have anything to do with those losers, we just bag them all up now in this me not. They're just here to be jealous. And ForNull shredded them with that new piece that he just made. That is, that's rock solid. That that could be on the radio. You could hear that on Sirius XM. That would be there. That ForNull could be in that line of work making that money if he didn't care so much about white well-being. But we are making this alternative culture that people have talked about all the time, wanting to do. We got to build this alternative. We got to build this alternative to society. And the reason why it could never work until us, the reason why so many musicians, singers, guitar players, poets, sculptors, painters, graphic animators, people who draw with their hand. The reason why so many people are inspired and come here and creating art that has legs and longevity, and it didn't happen before, is because we needed a psychological defense against the psychological warfare that all of this art could be built on top of. You can't have a parallel culture, a parallel economy, a parallel identity to anti-whiteism without something that overturns and upturns the anti-white narrative. That's why it never worked before. A lot of effort and money has been put into creating parallel this and parallel that. Have you seen anywhere even remotely close? It's never happened. It's never happened. 3 decades, and I go back with the study of the seniors in the movement 5-6 decades before that. There has never been so much creation, and never has it been at such a high level that we have right here in service to white well-being. So do you want to be part of the solution? Do you want to be part of the tomorrow? Do you want to be part of the community that shows up on the scene and everybody else says, holy, where did that come from? Or do you want to be one of those dupes out there derping along from one failed endeavor and one silly, griping, pimple-popping moment to the next? What do you want to be? The choice is up to you. Do you want to be among the best that the West has to assemble in these, the darkest of days our race has ever faced? Because they're here, if you haven't noticed. They're here. They're not elsewhere. $10. God bless you, hero. And a big thank you again to First Last $100 financial gift over here on Cash App. We're going to get into the great biospirit of the West. And we're going to give him another big thank you a little bit later in the gatherings. I hope he doesn't go. Kingdom of Vinland is here. Great to see you as well. ForNull says, thank you, brother. We are going to recapture our destiny. And you know what the cool thing about that is, more and more people are saying to me that when they say that, it's now believable because they feel in their bones it's believable. You'll get there too. The more you see the success of the Go Free method in the world, the more you see it in yourself and your family and your friends, the more you see others here having the success coordinated and individually, the more you see that success, the more you will begin to feel. And isn't it something, ForNull, when you feel it, like you're like, we're going to do this. We're actually going to recapture our destiny. And then it's suddenly like the voice comes back. We are. They're like, it's like chill. I just had chills. You get chills from it because you can see, my God, this works. Thank you, good brother. Going to get into the lesson of the Go Free lesson of the day. We're getting into in just a moment. And this is, don't go anywhere. We're going to start off with who and what you are when you go free. We got a lot of new people, lots of new people showing up. And I'm gratified by all of the messages, some public, some private, about you're new to this. It's confusing. You don't quite understand. You're excited, though. You're happy about it being a loving endeavor and focused on us. This is going to help you to begin to wrap your head around it, because I know you're looking for a flag. I know you're looking for party points. I know you're looking for a statement of beliefs. I know you're looking for the name of an organization and who's the treasurer and who's going to be the whatever and who's going to do whatever at this. No, I know you're looking for that. That's all failed. We have another way. Just keep your eyes open, your ears open, be true of heart, and you'll be able to implement easily everything that we have to share. And again, if you don't like it, you just move on. It's that easy. Nobody's going to track you. Nobody's going to follow you down like from these other groups and slander who you are. That's never happened. Doesn't happen with us because it's a method. It's a method. Unmapped Insight says, LOL, it's okay. I just needed to turn my volume up. Oh, something. So was I speaking too quietly? Maybe my audio was down for you. Ursa Major is here. Great to see you. And Speedrunner giving the flames. ForNull says, it's as you say, we argue with ourselves first. And once we've convinced ourselves, we can say these things with conviction. Precisely. That's what's truly is. People don't, when I first articulate this to folks, when they first hear this from me or somebody else going free, that the first person you argue with about anything that is heretical to anti-whiteism is you, because your subconscious mind is infected with anti-white ideas. We call those anti-white ideas meme pathogens. You can learn more about them here. As soon as you say something heretical, that starts talking. And that's why you hear from people like Sean Hannity's and One Ball Hawley and this wonderful young woman who has all this potential, Misha. That's why you hear them say, we're not supposed to XYZ. We're not supposed to care about our people. Why is that coming out of your mouth? It's coming out of your mouth because it's in your subconscious mind, which is always talking. That talk that you do yourself in your conscious mind, that's your will making that happen. If you quiet that, you'll begin hearing your voice, other sentences, other thoughts. It's in words, so its sentences will appear. Your subconscious mind is always talking. It's always rehearsing what you've learned. The moment you say something, and you learn about this here, that's heretical, the subconscious mind will throw out, you're not supposed to care about the white race, and then you say something that looks very odd. You look like a diseased animal. I mean, could you imagine if a kangaroo could talk and the kangaroo said, us kangaroos aren't supposed to eat. We're not supposed to eat. Only koalas. I mean, you'd say, what the hell is wrong with him? That's how we look at people who are in the anti-white narrative. Once you begin to contend with that voice and you begin to build a counter voice in your subconscious mind, which is the opposite of what other vehicles and other movements do. People go through, and this is why they end up seeming so bitter and shallow and angry, is because instead of building counter triggers in their mind, as we teach in the Go Free method, they just use their conscious mind to reject themselves every time their subconscious mind tells them that what they want to care about is evil. It's the same way that you continue to hear your parents' admonitions over the course of your life. They tell you, well, you got to make your bed. If your parents were on you all the time about making your bed, and then you're at that hotel and you've got to get, you're there for work, you got to get to the meeting and the bed's messed up. And you're like, shit, the bed's messed up. I'm not going to do it. I don't have time. And then something comes up out of the back of your head, figuratively as well as literally. That's your parents in your head telling you you've got to make the bed. And then you put your briefcase down and you go make the damn bed. And they weren't there. They can be dead a long time. Now, do you wonder if Jason is right? Now, do you wonder if I'm right about anti-whiteism? You've got to combat yourself in your subconscious mind first. And that's a lifetime process. But you get to a point where you have these little epiphanic breakthroughs. And that's when you get the chills. That's when you're like, oh my God, this does work. I can silence this negative voice inside of me saying it's heretical, it's wrong, it shouldn't be done. I can outmaneuver those around me. I can be the moral actor in my story rather than the immoral actor in their story. My God, let's get this to the world. And this, these people show up like this one, somebody going by the name Osama, I'm guessing is a Minot, had his violent comment properly and appropriately deleted about demanding violence. This is, I'm going to say to this Osama person, change your screen name. That's stupid. First of all, get this idea of violence out of your mind. You can't beat up the local Boy Scout troop. You can't take on the security at Walmart. Stop with this. It's going to be violent. We're going to be violent. It's all talk, no action. That's all it is. That's exactly what ForNull's song was all about. You should feel that was for you if you're demanding violence. There is a key to recapturing our destiny. If you really want something good for the white race, we have evidence of it. If you want to go around talking about we need to just violently take on this or that or the other thing, then you are in for a world of hurt and big talk. And you'll probably, as you age, develop a nice little shelf here to set your beer can while you make the big claims that never come to fruition. I don't want that to be for your life, man. I don't want you to be this loser that we all look at and say, look at that loser that made all that talk about the big day when it's going to come down. By the way, and I wanted to do, I didn't have time. I got to get to this. I didn't have time to do it. But you do know that the ATF has gone around to people's homes and taken down their information about the firearms that they own. You do know that's, well, maybe it's my opinion. I heard that it's happening. Maybe I heard wrong. Check it out with CNN. And do you know what happened? Not a single gun owner had a shootout with the police. Kind of like we're right here again. Now, there's an option for you. You can become a me-not and get very jealous over the fact that we keep being right. Or you can be really happy that we keep being right because our objective is white well-being. And you can come be a part of it. And then you too can be right all the time. Or at least as is humanly possible. RC the Realist is here. And we're going to be playing one of RC the Realist's new songs later in the gathering. Great to see you, good brother. All right. We got to jump into this. And I am going, and then I'll get back to what you all are saying. I know we have some thoughts over on Odyssey. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. We are on page 79. Go free. Edition 2. Iteration 2. Second edition, iteration 2. Let me get my glasses. So Glasses Jason is about to make an appearance. Here we are. Mild-mannered by day, warrior for white well-being always. And here we go. When you go free, who and what you are. When you begin going free, your speech is white positive. Your actions are white positive actions. White well-being matters to you. You are concerned with your own, your family's, and your friends' health and welfare. And you know that these things cannot be achieved in any lasting and meaningful way in the absence of our people's health and welfare. Unlike the anti-whites, who may temporarily advance, enrich, and empower non-white people through our victimization and ruination, your service to white well-being is a service to the planet and all living organisms and peoples. Now, why do we say that? Because anti-whiteism is destroying all of the bolsters of all the good that Western civilization has done for its citizens and for the world. Ultimately, anti-whiteism harms everyone and everything. Therefore, opposition to it is a service to humanity and the world. Anti-whites will identify you with anti-white slurs, such as racist, fascist, and demonized labels, such as populist, third positionist, white nationalist, and nationalist. But do not adopt demonized labels. Now, I understand that there are folks out there and they've been using maybe nationalists or what have you forever, and they just want to stick with it. I'll go ahead and read more what I have here, but I've shared my opinions on this many times. The only reason why I would suggest to you to get rid of a label, such as ones that have been demonized, is that not only do you have the additional challenge of overcoming a label in your conversations with brothers and sisters, vagues out there in the world, which you don't have time to deal with additional challenges. But many of these labels, the anti-whites in government have added to the lists so that more of your rights can be ignored when they want to investigate you, when they want to dilate law to come after you. So I don't want to make it any easier on the anti-whites in governance than they already have it. If you go around all day and you call yourself a bunny rabbit, and I think there are people who call themselves bunny rabbits today. I don't think they're all well. And leave actual rabbits alone, you sick motherfuckers. But if you call yourself a bunny rabbit because you care about white well-being, oh, actually, no, maybe I shouldn't use bunny rabbit because you have the other. Okay, I won't use that because they use the rabbit as a. So we'll say how about what else is kind of what's that little thing that has, well, we'll say no, don't want to say that thing either. Now I'm thinking about all these different animals. There's one with the great big eyes. I don't think it's native to America. We'll just go with, because I can't remember what it's called. Somebody else probably knows. We'll just go with raccoon. Say you call yourself a raccoon. Maybe that's not good too. All right. Say you call yourself a newt and you're a little lizard. You call yourself a newt. That's your label for your activity in service to patriotism or your country or whatever it is. And the anti-whites say, newt is the identifier for this terrorist gang. We've just created this category for a terrorist gang. And this is what the anti-whites are doing in America and across the West. And we're just going to very carefully, artfully, we're going to take this label and boop, we've just dropped it into this category of terrorist, domestic terrorist. Now, the things that law enforcement are allowed to do, investigative-wise, surveillance-wise, to terrorists, homegrown terrorists, they can do to you the moment you say that you're a newt. So that is why I caution against the use of these labels. Doesn't mean that you can't, doesn't mean that I'm opposed to nationalists, as these me-nots ran around telling people he hates nationalists. You are a Westman, a white man, woman, or child, and a patriotic citizen of your country, nothing more or less. If you have previously labeled yourself with demonized labels, now is the time to drop the labels. To you, the labels of your choice had positive and fair meanings, but to the world's masses, such labels represent a host of meanings, motivators, and goals that are all objectionable and even evil, and you are none of those things. Moreover, the anti-white governments of the West increasingly add such labels to domestic terrorists, as I was just articulating. The anti-white will object to your service to white well-being by saying that, quote, we should care about everyone's well-being, close quote. You agree, we should. There are thousands of groups serving Jewish well-being, Black well-being, Hispanic well-being, Asian well-being, Arab well-being, and you are doing the same thing for white well-being. The anti-white should celebrate and endorse your concern for white well-being as much as he celebrates and endorses the well-being of non-white groups. But he won't, which reveals his pretext about, quote, caring for all peoples, for what it actually is, an attempt to get you to surrender your service to white well-being so that he and others can continue victimizing us. Penniless whites are as penniless non-whites. Whites suffering from disease suffer just as much as diseased non-whites. Whites who cannot find employment are just as unemployed non-whites. And such white people are found in every city, state, county, and country across the West. In fact, it is far worse for Westmen. The laws of our country make us the only group that can be legally discriminated against in every area of life. The anti-white narrative, which establishes the morality of the West, defines discrimination as commendable when it victimizes us. So I go on here a bit. Check it out for yourself. You are white positive. You serve white well-being. The Go Free method is a practice that you can pick up or put down. You are a Westman, a man, woman, or child. You are a patriot of your country. That is what you are when you implement the practice of Go Free in your life. Let's get to the glossary. And we have numerical courage and numerical diffidence. Both of these are extremely important for understanding the world and in your conversations, your inner conversation dialogue with yourself and with those around you. Because you're always going to be faced with this, well, Bob, isn't there a non-white guy at your work? Is he a problem? Well, no, not the non-white guy at my work. Is the non-white. There's 5,000 employees at my work. So even that non-white guy, as moral as he is, as much of a productive, law-abiding citizen, ethical as he is, you get enough of that kind of people, whatever it might be, and they do what all people, including us, naturally do. They get numerical courage, and they begin changing that workplace. I'll revisit that metaphor just a moment. What is numerical courage? The state in which a people, within the body of another people or peoples, confidently projects their biospirit onto their environment without concern for the other people or peoples. The point at which non-whites within Western countries manifest and project their biospiritual expressions, which are at variance with white expression, onto Western civilization. This process initiates a cultural arms race, which always ends in oppressive governmental tyranny and violent balkanization. Now, that is my reading of history. You might read it differently, my opinion, and you can go free yourself if you don't agree. But you can also go to CNN and see what they have to say. Check out other sources. Do reading for yourself. Numerical diffidence, the state in which a people within the body of another people or peoples is reluctant to project their biospirit onto their environment for fear of upsetting, angering the other people or peoples. Prior to achieving numerical courage, non-whites in Western countries are in a state of numerical diffidence. While in this state, non-whites conform to the biospiritual expression of Western kind. So what does that mean? The first thing that it means is that non-white people are not evil. Non-white people are not bad. individuals of all races can be evil or bad. But non-white people are not evil. They're not bad. They are not unwelcome. But they, like us, have a biospirit that we can see in the world around us by that manifestation, by that projection that in its aggregate we call culture. It's easily identifiable. Now, when you've got the one wonderful non-white guy at your company of 5,000 or 500, let's say, and everything still runs the way it ran before they fired the white guy to bring in the non-white guy. Now, this is for this experiment, this metaphor. In the real world, he might have been hired because he was the best man for the job, and that's a good thing in an environment where we are not being persecuted for being white. But what we often see and what we continue to see, we just had Misha, we just reviewed, we see them saying the white people will be fired, the non-white people will be retained. So we're talking about selection, rejection, right? Diversity fire, diversity hire, diversity selection, diversity rejection. That's what happens in the real world. So you've got the one guy that's non-white at the company. We'll say they're programmers at this company, 500 employees. Everything's still the same. Christmas time comes around. It's totally a white Christmas in more ways than one. Easter, it's a white Christmas and white Easter. It's a white Christmas, Easter, and St. Patrick's Day. It's a white Christmas, Easter, St. Patrick's Day, and Labor Day. It's white, right? But now, over the years, it went from 1 out of 500 to 100 out of 500. Why? Well, this is the case with a lot of programming. You have people elsewhere in the world who can get their education to do that job for 1/100th, 1/50th of the cost that you have to get it in the United States. And then they want to leave where they live. They want to come live in the West. Obviously, I want to live in the West. And they show up and they're like, yeah, I'll take that little salary. I have nothing to pay off student loan wise, next to nothing. And this is 20 times better than I lived back home. So they show up. Now you got 100, 1/5. At some point, that community, let's say they're all law-abiding, wonderful human beings, moral, every single one of them, not a single ne'er-do-well in the mix. At some point, as that number increases, they are still in numerical diffidence. They look around and they're like, a lot of white people here, and don't want to upset what they normally do. I don't want to upset their customs. I don't want to upset their norms. I don't want to upset their traditions. This is what they do. I don't want to upset that. But as their numbers grow, and doing the math on this is not a simple like arithmetic, like once it's a certain percentage, because you have a lot of other factors involved. How proud are the white people at the company? Or how white guilted are they? And then the non-white group of people, is it homogeneous, one group of non-white people? In this example, we're saying it is. And are they sort of genetically given to being very aggressive, or are they a little bit more passive? Do they have a religion that really brings them together and makes them want to just move their ideas forward in the marketplace of ideas? There are a lot of other factors. At some point, though, they reach numerical courage where they say, there's enough of us. I want to see. Now, they don't have to actively say those words. There doesn't have to be a plan. This happens organically, naturally. They say, I finally feel confident enough to put up what my mother used to always put up in our house and what my grandmother used to put up. And this is the norm for us. And now, bam, it's on the wall. Now you have to see it. Now they want the front door of the business moved to another compass point, because where it is now, they consider this new, now numerically courageous group says, that's an unlucky place. We don't like it being there. We want it over here. We also don't like that picture anymore because it's very Greco-Roman in the lobby. We know that you all like it, but it doesn't really speak to the global tapestry, etc. word salad. And so we want our desert thing up there instead. And then before you know it, that workplace environment feels like a foreign country to you, because it is. That taking place there is a cold war of biospiritual projections. And it makes the competing groups increasingly hostile toward each other before it becomes hot in history. Not saying that that's going to happen now. It's my opinion. I don't want that to happen. But do check it out. If you have any questions, you can pose them. I'm quickly going to get into the MC today. This is a meme curative. These things function the exact opposite as meme pathogens, MPs. Now, you can use this in a great many scenarios, and that's why we share some MCs just by themselves, not necessarily a response to a specific meme pathogen. This is something you can memorize and you can use with you in a number of circumstances. Here it is. You object to whites, you can say Westmen, Western kind, protecting ourselves because you like it when we are victimized, close quote. This is a very powerful thing to say to anti-whites when they make excuse after excuse about why you shouldn't, like why that teacher from the beginning of the show should be allowed to be in there with those white students, and why any of these things that are anti-white should be happening. You can very easily hammer them in place with, you object to white people protecting ourselves because you like it when we are victimized. You have totally changed the conversation now. Your position is loaded with hidden premises that make you moral and your anti-white interlocutor immoral in the conversation. The anti-white has to start talking about, no, I don't like it when you're victimized. So I just think, yes, you do like it when we're victimized. They're going to want to go back to some pretext about something that happened in history or something like that. You interrupt. No, you like it when we're victimized. Look, this is your argument. You want to make this victimization happen right now. These kids are going to be victimized. You like it, and you like it because you're anti-white. And you'll find that unless they're really rabid anti-whites, they're going to say to you, no, I'm not an anti-white. I'm just trying to think about everybody. I'm just trying to think about everybody's feelings, or whatever such nonsense they try to throw at you at that point. But you know the truth. You know they're anti-white. We're going to do 12 seconds, and then we're going to have a little treat of a reading from Born Guilty, since it's back on the shelves at Amazon. All right, folks, it's back on the shelves. I got it back on the shelves because I'm magic. And I want to show you all what you all are going to miss out on until I'm able to get this printed somewhere else, and I can have it exactly the way I intended it and the way it was for almost a couple years now, a few years now. But this book is not for sale. You'll have to get it adjusted so that the riddle inside is no longer there. But you'll see how it works here as I take a look, as we dive into the dreaming segment, one of the two dreaming segments where I take control of your dreams. Now, this book is avant-garde. I do things in this book that you will not have seen in any book before. There are over 200 illustrations. There are several writing styles. I'd speak to you in the first person. You come to visit me at my home, a apartment I rented in the Plains, Virginia, on the property of a multi-millionaire. It was a beautiful place. We spend a couple of days together. You read books in my library. We eat, we have conversation, and you learn as a consequence about quite a little bit of our struggle. Now, deep in the book, you have been with me for a while, and you find your way, by the way, to my home on your own. And so I think you'll find it very interesting. In fact, let me show you where you appear, what your very first visual is. This is your very first visual. You are coming out of the woods to the plains, Virginia. All of the first pages are yours. It's just pictures because you're alone. I'm not there to talk to you. So you'll find it's something you will have not faced before. Certainly in the aggregate of all of the novelties that are in here, you will not have faced before. And I did that not because I wanted to seem so witty, not because I wanted to seem as such a great quipper. And no, ladies, I said quipper, not whipper. Don't get so excited, at least not yet. No, I did that because I wanted this to be intriguing for our people, that they would want to buy it, that they would want to be an event, not just words on pages, which is what we see so often. I want to recapture our destiny. And so you're at this point in the book. This is the first day you're with me. Now I have left and gone on to bed, and you are left reading one of my books in my library. Now you sleep in my library on a settee, and I have gotten you a pillow and a blanket. You're most comfortable there, and my library is wonderful. So you are reading in my library, and as you get to a certain point in what you're reading in my library, now you're sitting on the settee, you're reading, and the words become gibberish. It stops making sense as you're reading. And then the words that don't make sense become a bunch of letters that don't make words. And then the letters that don't make words invert. And also on this page, where the letters invert, is an inverted, set aside from the rest of the text, letter A. Now that was your tip for solving this riddle. Because what you need to do at this point is turn that book upside down. Now, those letters that don't make words are right side up. And you see a letter A, but what do? Well, I don't know. You know that the next page, which requires you to turn pages backward at this point, what do you find? The letter B. And then on the subsequent page, the letter C. That's your clue. That's how you know that you're going in the right direction, by having the book upside down and reading what you find. So you come to the next page, and we see the letters that didn't make words are now words that don't make sense. And then finally, words make sense again. What's happening here? You as the reader, sitting on my settee in my library, have fallen asleep. And I am now in control of your dreams. And we shall read. A silver-hued ceiling comes grudgingly into focus. Rising to a seated position, a blanket and book topple from your chest. Setting the book aside, you throw the covers from your legs and swing your feet to the floor, cool to the touch. Everything around you is shrouded in pendulant darkness, skulking along perception's limb. You stand. Teetering in the gloom, arms outstretched, anxious fingers probing the uncertain contours of shadows, you fumble forward, inch by cautious inch. A tiny, wavering light in the distance captures your attention. You pause, watching its beauty dilate against the nightshade, yellow like the sun, then liquid gold, splayed with wisps of blue and green, drifting on tenebrous wake, and now flitting upon chill airs, a gossamer circlet like Saturn's rings hemming its beauty, its light fume illuminating the walls of a heavy forest. Long dead leaves crackle under your bare feet. Brushwood pricks your soles and ankles. You backstep. Your hands find rough bark. Cruel ebon trees loom over you, their leafless crowns backdropped by smoky thunderheads hastening across a starless void. An acrid vapor, as of burning leaves, stings your nose and waters your eyes. You stumble, fall, and raise your unblinking gaze to the dread of movement in the shadows. Something's there, something swift and menacing. It is the darkness itself. The darkness lurks against you. But the fire, the beautiful fire, comes between you and your nightmare. Its reflection capers across your eyes as it flits before you. A dragonfly, unconsuming pearlescent flames eddying across its skin and wings. It darts, and you follow, running faster and faster. You perceive a distant shape, a book lying on a bare knoll. The dragonfly lingers over the opus as you advance, and then dives into its cover, a wave of flamelets fanning toward its margins like ripples over hushed waters. You climb the knoll as the light recedes. With squinted eyes, you tilt over the book, afraid to touch it. Prometheus Rising. You're in the study, Jason's study. You know this place. By way of the large windows, moon and starlight warmly part the darkness in the room. You survey the comforting and familiar space, the bookcases, the doorway, the windows, the desk. It's all here. You were almost lost, muses a voice from behind you. You spin around. One of the bookshelves now straddles a snug fireplace, a buoyant fire snapping and popping inside. 2 crimson-leathered Georgian wing chairs face the fire, a baroquely wrought end table dividing them. A soft mumbling, as of a man talking to himself, underflows the fire's cadence, and a plume of grayish-blonde hair crests the peak of one chair's high back. You hesitantly approach, stepping around the empty wing chair and into the fire's light. A Nordic-looking man, with a kind but preoccupied face, riffles through a tome. Fountain pen in hand, he busily scribbles on a note-strewn piece of loose leaf, and then adds the page to the Pisan tower of papers on the table. Though no words pass between you, you suddenly know his name, Eliot. Now's not the time to go wandering on your own, he firmly remonstrates, without lifting his head from his work. Don't you know everything's about to change? A log tumbles in the fireplace. Several glowing sparks dance harmlessly onto the hearth, flaming brighter and longer than they should. The tome's ancient pages crepitate as Eliot wades through them, louder than you would expect them to be. There's safety in service and unity, he continues, glancing over his glasses at the pillar of books corkscrewing from the floor. The deep shadows they cast sway in sympathy with the fire's light, entrancing you with their pulse. You're looking for him, Jason, he asks, reclaiming your attention. His bright blue gaze beams up at you, seeming to peer into blood and spirit. Yes, you hear yourself stammer. Do you know why? You hover in anticipation, knowing he'll provide the answer. Through him, you hope to find yourself, he declares, the window panes brightening as a lonely cloud passes from the moon. You nod. Like a musician with violin and bow, Eliot's hand hovers above his work. The familiar sound of pen gliding over paper joins the fire's music as he scribbles another note. Without word or gesture, Eliot directs your attention to the apartment's forward windows, and you effortlessly slip through the air to their sills. The glass before you is split, half in reflection, half transparent. In the reflection, you see yourself, comfortably dressed and wreathed by the fire's glow. In the transparence, you see a placid sylvan landscape, hilltops gleaming like polished sword pommels, their valleys dressed black by velvet seas. A granite-tinged Clydesdale proudly marches along a hill's spine, its mane, tail, and fetlock feathers rustled by a capricious breeze. And nearer the window, perhaps 10 yards by your estimation, Jason and 2 uniformed men, like chess pieces cast from sterling silver in the night's resplendence, earnestly discuss unknown matters. And that is where I will leave it. If you want more, you've got to get Born Guilty. You can get it at NoWhiteGuiltCollectibles.com if you want a signed one. One a little cheaper, you can get at Amazon, and you'll be able to get it much more quickly from Amazon. And you can find out the rest of what happens to you in that dream. I hope you will. Before we take a leap into the next segment, I will take a quick look at what you all are saying right now. We have over here on Entropy, CM has financially gifted $3. Thank you so very much for those $3. Hi, Jason. Been following for a few months now. Finally ordered a copy of Go Free, ready to arm myself with the knowledge and tools for combating anti-whiteism in the service of white well-being. Cheers. Well, cheers to you, brother. I appreciate that. That's a magnificent testimonial to give. Others will follow your lead, and who knows what will become of it for them. But I'm excited for you because your world is going to open up. I love how this came together for you. You showed up, you've been hanging out, you watched some of the streams, you hear about the successes, and finally you're like, well, maybe this works. A lot of people end up going that exact same path. In fact, one of our absolute greatest, Groundhog Fury, same thing, showed up a number of times and then finally said, I really better check this out a little bit more deeply. It makes sense. It's working. It's different. And now look, all that this champion has brought to white well-being and all of the great that he has done. And our big love goes out to him. Thank you so much for that, CM, your $3 financial gift here on Entropy and these magnificent words. We're very excited for you. Can't wait to see you become better physically, mentally, and spiritually and transform your immediate circles and the society we live in, brother. Let me jump over to Odyssey. In Odyssey, we have early on, it looks like we have White Well-Being Advocate. Thank you, good brother. He says, I'm so glad. $1 financial gift over there. God bless you. And thank you for that, champ. And he writes with it, I'm so glad Little Apostate agreed to come on to the show. Very excited, and a bunch of clapping emoji hands. I am as well. It's going to be a lot of fun. And we're going to hear about her story, going from anti-white to where she is today. Back with another $1 financial gift over there on Odyssey. Thank you again, dear brother. He says also, great job with I, Hypocrite. I think he's starting to go free. Did he ever get to do the debate? No, I think the debate is currently paused, but I think they're still looking to make it happen. So he'll be ready though, won't he? To tear up those anti-whites. Looking forward to his massive success. Thank you, dear brother. And we have a Nationalism TV with 100 library token financial gift. Thank you very much for those tokens. And he says here, How do you respond to the argument that there are 6 billion non-whites on this planet, which has to include millions and millions of smart non-whites? Why can't we import millions of smart non-whites? Well, it's very simple. It's because we don't want to be white erased. We are a distinctive people. We are one of the peoples of mankind. And this is a question of what's important. The kind of person who is going to make the argument of let's import all of the brilliant non-white people from their countries is the kind of person who worships economy, and putting economy, putting abstractions, especially the abstractions that we create, like equality before the law and things of this nature within Western civilization, putting those things above the flesh, the people that make those things, is utterly immoral. It is shameful and a disgusting thing for people to do. So you can, in many of these cases, I wouldn't go this direction. You could follow it up. This could be like the final period you put on the argument with such a person to walk away from them. First, you're making the point that this isn't about how much money we have. It isn't about the creations that intelligent non-white people might make, the inventions, the discoveries, because they can make those inventions and discoveries in their countries and where they were born, and we've shared freely of so much of what we have created and discovered with the world, and we expect and anticipate that they would do the same. We don't need them to be present for them to be able to be productive and intelligent, if that's what they already are. These people that we're talking about, assuming that they are intelligent from the jump, highly intelligent. Also, highly intelligent, you could say, doesn't mean that they're going to be productive or good or moral or legal. They could bring high intelligence here to be unscrupulous, to take advantage of us. How much sense does it make to bring in highly intelligent people who, once they're present, some of whom might end up being vicious and venal and mercenary, and then would very easily take advantage of and victimize our people with their advanced intelligence? So the question is, what's more important for your interlocutor? Money in a general sense, not even the money in their account, but just this idea that so many, like you have a lot of these libertarians that will just worship the God economy, even though they live in an easy chair in a rundown house in the Bronx. They still worship the God economy so that there can be billionaires and trillionaires in the world. And what good is that? Well, it trickles down to my easy chair. I'm able to have an easy chair because they have trillions. No. What's most important is the lives of our people. And anybody who would put anything ahead of the lives of our people is immoral by nature. So we've talked about intelligent non-white people can make creations and discoveries in their countries, which would be shared with the world or easily copied by us if we didn't come up with it, just as other races have copied us and other countries have copied us. They can do it in their home country. If they come here, they might end up being unscrupulous mercenaries that are very easily victimize our people with their great intelligence, or maybe they're benign, and because of their great intelligence, they have great success at business. And we go from being a business owning mom and pop productive people to a servile wage slave race working for another race of man. How much sense does that make, even in a benign sense? Bringing them to the West also undermines our natural flora and fauna environment, increases carbon footprint because their carbon footprint would have been smaller in the countries they left, and therefore will increase pollution of the environment, depletion of forest and wildlife for wild animals and etc. Not to mention that we would also be pushed out biospiritually out of our environments. You can think only of the malls that during our holidays always looked just like us. You felt harmony when you went through the mall. What happens when the mall is purchased by very intelligent non-white people who have a different biospirit, and then is occupied by stores that appeal to other biospirits owned by people with other biospirits. The mall no longer looks like us. We are white erased from the malls in our own lands. There's a mall right here in Northern Virginia that when I was a baby was just as fields and fields of a farm. It was the most idyllic thing ever, right outside Washington, D.C. when I was a baby. Developers bought that up. They put a mall on it. Lots of parking lot, lots of mall. And for many years, it had stores that celebrated Christmas as we're wont to it. And it had sculptures that were closer to what was normal for us just in my lifetime. Now, the mall looks nothing like us. Now, the mall has no manifestation of my biospirit. I step 1 foot in that mall and everything is a contradiction to my nature. Not saying that it's bad or evil or wrong. It's just biospiritual expressions of other people. And so whites are going to feel uncomfortable there. So that would also happen in our countries by bringing them in. Just a few things here of arguments that you can bring to bear against somebody who is making such an anti-white statement. And by the way, that little argument that I said you could tack on at the end, typically these people want to talk about the welfare of non-white people because white people have been dehumanized and doesn't matter how much we suffer. That's why they could say things like money's important, abstractions are important. Who cares what happens to the white people? You could tack this little bit on the end. When you rob all the geniuses from a non-white country, you leave the totality of that country in ignorance. And what are you going to do? Want to ship them over next because they're living in squalor since you took all their bright people? He also says here, by the way, you're welcome to everybody. He also says here, Nationalism TV, thank you for another 100 coin, library coin financial gift. Thank you very much for that. He says, you tell us to stop talking negatively about other races. Yet, all caps, you bash other races for being dumb criminals almost every stream. Is that what I do? I would be kicked off of YouTube and all of these platforms if I said another race of people were dumb criminals. So that's obviously not what I do. I don't feel that. I've never said that. I've never believed that in any of my arguments and speeches I've given, books that I've written, meetings that I've led, meetings and conferences where I've gotten up and spoke with a question and had an opportunity to make a point. I have always incurred great resistance and pushback from people in the white sympathetic community because I would not condemn an entire race of non-white people. I never have, and I never will. Because, first of all, it's wrong. It's simply incorrect. It's objectively wrong. No entire group of mankind is all one way or all another way. Secondly, it's immoral to take that position. Thirdly, in my point of view, immoral and unethical. Thirdly, it's exactly what I don't want done to my people. So I would be a hypocrite if I were saying some other group of people was all this or all that. Then I would be doing the exact same thing that they're doing to the white race, which is the whole white race is infected with this evil seed that they have to feel white guilted about, and they have to spend the totality of their lives victimizing themselves and their people to try to make amends for. And of course, we know the 9 words, atonement cannot be made for a grievance never committed. So, Nationalism TV, thank you for the tokens, the library tokens, and your questions and your, I guess, your accusation there, which you've somehow been misled. But thank you very much. Let me turn around here, and we're still rolling along, still chugging, and we will get a good look at look at the next portion of our gathering, which is going to be announcements in just a moment, and we will be right back.
Agenda control exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
was sick out of patience, cause I only heard one thing. I met clips in the Matrix, now I'm that rapper going free. At least that's what they say though, most of my songs have melody. But I choose to embrace it, I'll be that rapper who's going free. You can't be white positive and also be a rapper. If that's what you're saying, man, then I'm gonna have to break it down for you and talk about the history. Cause Europeans were flighting early as the 4th century. So what is flighting? Are people reciting rhymes in a poetry war up against another, which sounds awful similar to a rap battle, my brother. Plus the fast-speaking Irish poets gathering in a huddle. Besides, I'm not against anybody else's culture, and I don't even curse in this. I'm trying to be positive for us, like many black artists were in the days when rap was coming up. I'm not talking about gangsters, I'm talking about wholesome makers. Curtis Blow was the first to studio record a rap, and his lyrics weren't violent, he talked about life and gave facts. So I appreciate everybody in all cultures who contributed, but to say Europeans had no influence with is foolishness. I was sick out of patience, cause I only heard one thing. I met clips in the Matrix, now I'm that rapper going free. At least that's what they say though, most of my songs have melody. But I choose to embrace it, I'll be that rapper who's going free. It was late 2020 and the world was going crazy. I knew the narrative I was hearing was nothing but shady, and I was looking for answers, so I joined some Facebook groups. I saw some of Jason's videos giving nothing but truth, posted by the same man in all my different groups. Didn't know who they were at the time, but needed to, so I introduced myself to the guy, befriended dude with a friend request. Once he responded with yes, I received a message saying you're welcome to go free with us, I hope you do. Attached with a link to know I guilt you too. Fast forward, now I'm making all the music that I do. Start an Instagram page to help promote the music too. A man reached out to me and he said he was a fan. He even donated money, a very generous man. We both went by different names on IG than the Facebook ones we did, so he didn't know it was me and I didn't know it was Clips. I was sick out of patience, cause I only heard one thing. I met clips in the Matrix, now I'm that rapper going free. At least that's what they say though, most of my songs have melody. But I choose to embrace it, I'll be that rapper who's going free. I didn't realize I was talking to the same guy who was the whole reason for these lyrics that I write. More than a glitch in the Matrix, when I make clips in the Matrix. Now all I ask from you sisters and brothers is for you to take the time to understand me and one another. Cause whether you like my songs or not, our well-being's what I aim for and I will never stop. I was sick out of patience, cause I only heard one thing. I met clips in the Matrix, now I'm that rapper going free. At least that's what they say though, most of my songs have melody. But I choose to embrace it, I'll be that rapper who's going free. Yeah, if you believe I can't do what I do and hold the values I have at the same time, then you are the one ironically falling for the anti-white narrative. We may come from different places and have different stories, but there's always a reason for what we're doing. I'm embracing my gift and using it for our well-being, so don't tear me down. Support your brother, man. I want to support you as well.
Drowning in the argument, the anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era.
And that was RC the Realist. Please let me know that my microphone is working okay. I appreciate it for the feedback. And we're going to get right into the announcements. We're going to be taking calls soon. If you would like to talk to me, White Wellbeing Advocate is first. Mr. V is always up there near the top. So I'll be taking calls. And the way that works is you reach out to me and with a message on Skype, and then I call you. Great to see that we still have champions here. Let's see. Art Acrobats, financially gifting $6.60. God bless you. Thank you. Great to see you, brother. He says 6 white people murdered, 60 injured at Waukesha. It's a anti-white terrorism. 6 white people murdered, 60 injured at that anti-white terrorist attack. Thank you for remembering them, brother. $6.60. And we have here Tamara financially gifting again, $2 this time. Thank you so much. He says, finally ordered Born Guilty on Amazon. That's awesome. Thank you so much for that. You're going to love it. You are going to absolutely love it. It's a great big book. It was very intimidating to Mark. I remember when he looked at it, he's like, my God. And he said, look at the size of it. And I just can't tell you how many times I've heard somebody say that. And he enjoyed it though. And you are going to absolutely find it most interesting. It's you don't have to worry. I've kept in mind that most people don't like to read all that much. And so I kept that in mind to make sure that things kept moving. Tomorrow back with $2 more. Thank you so very much for those $2 as well. And she says, with those $2, wow, she's jumping in both feet into the salvation of white well-being. She says, with those $2, also ordered Crucible and Prometheus Rising. That's magnificent. Thank you so much for that. That's how you build out a library that works, not just something that looks pretty on the wall. You know what I mean? That's how you build out the library that works. God bless you. Let's get some 07s for her as we hit the 8th hour on the East Coast, United States. That's wonderful. Somebody's just like, all right, I'm in. I've had it. I want to change the world. I'm going to change myself. I'm going to change the world. Give me the materials. Let's do this. Oh my gosh, she financially gifted again. This time $1. She says, is there any way to see the removed parts of Born Guilty? Thank you for your financial gift. And nothing is removed from it. But the text that was inverted is no longer inverted. So you will no longer be able to have the fun of turning the book upside down and turning the pages backwards in order to read it the proper direction. So at the end of the dream, like I explained the dream to you there, at the end of the dream, things go gibberish again, and then you wake up, the words are back to the normal way the book is printed. You have it right side up, and you'll be turning the pages the proper way. And there I am. I'm like, good morning to you. Get your ass out of bed. We got things to do. So thank you. Nothing's missing. It's just nothing's upside down anymore. So let's get to some of these. Let's get to some of these announcements really quickly. We have. I want to know, does any of you out there operate a Rumble channel? Do you use Rumble? I don't have time. I'm way too busy to sit down in the weeds of Rumble, and it's much too frustrating to have to give any time to something like that. I'm on so many platforms already. I am able to produce a stream on Rumble. It's streaming to Rumble right now, but I never see anybody in the live chat there. Is that because it's not visible, or is it because nobody on Rumble is interested and Rumble's not sharing it? If you know and understand Rumble, and you have an idea of where I might be going wrong, of how I'm streaming to my channel, and I can see it streaming and streaming to that channel and see the image coming back out at me, but other people can't see it, please reach out to me. Do so in the and if you and I are talking on email already, or on Twitter DMs or something like that, you can reach out to me there. If not, then please jump into the thread, not the live chat, the thread of this video, and begin explaining to me there, step 1, step 2, this is probably what's wrong, simple instructions, so that I can just get on it, make it happen, and then get back to the other things that I need to do for white well-being. Crowdsourcing. I hope we can find somebody who knows Rumble and what the deal is. We had, I want to mention, yesterday while we were reviewing Misha, we had 2 celebrities show up, Sassy Shelley and Sinatra says were there. And so that's, if you ever see them show up, Sassy, Shelley, or Sinatra, which is Sin something or other, some numbers, in our live chats or whatever, give them a hello. They're good people. And it was great to see them show up. Let's see. I was just want to let you all know that I think what I'm going to do is, we have so many, when I sit down to prep for these gatherings, we have so many magnificent songs and that I would like to share. And I just can't get to a fraction of them. I can only share a couple during a gathering. So I think what I'm going to do is, I'm also going to start playing a song here or there during roll-ins as well. Maybe at the beginning, maybe midway through, maybe at the end, whatever. I just want to start sharing, because we have so much. It's unbelievable. Nothing like this. There's this cornucopia of talent, and we just had a big congratulations and salute to RC the Realist for this new piece of his, where he's pushing back, I guess, to some people who were trying to diminish him, badmouth him, because the primary art form that he uses in his music is rap. And he's pointing out other sources of history where there's a lot of similarity and therefore contribution. I want the music that is talking about our lived experience, that's using the lexicon of Go Free, to be in almost all of the genre. I mean, I can imagine some where it just would not be totally inappropriate, but I want them to be as accessible to people as possible. I remember there was a guy who wrote me one time. He said he was a jazz musician and he didn't know if it would be appropriate. And I said, please, yes, make jazz music for white well-being. Talk about our experience, use our concepts. And I don't know what happened there. Maybe he got started on a song and then it never came to fruition, or he had somebody. And if you're guilty of this, just say you're sorry. You're not going to do it anymore. There is no one type of music. Now you're going to have preferences. I'm going to have people are going to have preferences, right? We need to get out there in as many ways as we can. So if RC the Realist is making good music, like as far as you can't object to the usage of the lexicon and all that, it's all fantastic, right? So it's not just like Southern rock is all there is or heavy metal or soft rock, hard rock, whatever, and classical, and that's it, nothing else. No, we want it manifesting everywhere. But I said there are some really weird art forms where it would be inappropriate, but nobody's going to be pushing that. So please don't go to somebody who's like producing good work in a type of music you don't like and say that you shouldn't be doing it because you should only be making metal or rock or classical, and that's it. If you don't do that, then you're not welcome. That is not the case. I mean, I personally don't like jazz. I probably have heard a couple of jazz pieces where I thought, okay, I guess got like a little bit of but I feel like I am having my energy depleted and that sort of thing. But there are people who dig it. And if there are jazz musicians, I guarantee you, I'm going to like every jazz song that's using the lexicon in it. I guarantee you that. But so, yeah. All the forms of music. Well done, RC, the Realist, a magnificent talent, brand new in our sphere, and already demonstrating how much of a talent and noble guy he is. So I did just do the Roll and Go Free with Misha Petrov, and let's reach out to her and try to get her, first make her aware that we did a review and that it was a good review, that we like her. Let her know that we're an active community, a big active community, and we reviewed her and we liked her, but we saw some ways where she might be able to improve, and and she should come have a look at the video. And maybe you could say hello in a live chat once in a while or something like this, being polite as we do. And I know the outreach team will probably get on this as well. Otherwise, just get into that live chat of hers like we do. And I know some of this also will be organized in a more better way than me just saying it here. But get in there and you're doing a great job. Really love your work. These people really are just a bunch of anti-whites. Don't you hate how much anti-whiteism is at universities today? Dropping those powerful concepts so that she starts picking them up. Let's do that because we want her to be empowered. Be aware again that Wednesday, 8 p.m., we will have another young woman who is a cause celeb these days. And that's Little Apostate. She'll be with Jared George and I on tap talking about her story. Back on Tuesday, of course, with Jason Goes Political, and it is electric. You don't want to miss it. I do want to say, we are growing. And one of the ways that this is observable is that my sub counts, despite the aggressive shadow banning and others' sub counts, Yiz, ForNull, etc., are slowly growing and picking up pace. I celebrated the other day. I was at 22,000 forever. It seems like forever. And then within just a couple of months, several hundred new subs hit 23,000, and then almost overnight, 23,100 plus. I just hit 9,000 on Gab, 10,800 on Twitter. These are small numbers for big content creators. They are galactic sized for a group of people and a content creator, a man who is throttled more by the anti-whites than the rubber chickens they throttle in their wildest, grossest sex fantasies. So very excited about that. And I'd like to, right now, if we could, another round of 07s, raucous emojis, V's for victory, specifically for Biospirit of the West. Financially gifting last week, $1,000 to White Wellbeing. $1,000. And already we are doing magnificent things. He's such a champ. Yeah, when I say certified genius, I say it so often that it sounds like it's just like something I toss out there as like a sycophantic way. These people are actually like certified geniuses. And the guy's got a big heart, and he's totally dedicated and not giving up one bit. So this is a true champ, and we love you, brother. Thank you so much for that. And attached to that is that I wanted to mention is we just ended the ad campaign for, or it just ended. I didn't like prematurely end it or anything, for the What is Anti-White competition voting. Now that's still going on. You want to participate at Kindred Creators on YouTube. Watch the videos. The latest video has the link that you click on to place your vote. Please do that. Participate in it. That campaign ended up doing magnificently well. Maybe we'll find out from, and big thank you to lovely Paulridge and Naderific for holding this competition. It's going to help a great many people. And maybe we'll find out from Porridge if their sub count there went up as a consequence. But without question, it was the numbers. I can pull up the numbers of how many people actually ended up seeing Kindred Creators and that there was this competition. I mean, it's hundreds of thousands. So is that doing any good? Of course. Now we have, I just started last night, a new ad campaign for no white guilt clips that you will find on Gab. If you see the ad, it's epic. And it's already doing just kick-ass click-through rate. Very proud of that. Very, very proud. So tens of thousands already are seeing this ad. If you see it, click on the Learn More button one time. That will take you to No White Guilt Clips YouTube page. If there's any problem there ever, let me know. But that will take you to his page. If you are able to click like and share for the ad, let me know, please, in the live chat if you can do that with the ads that we do, that we promote, so I don't say this every time if it can't be done. But if you can like it and share it, like it and share it every time you see it, but only click learn more once, because that costs me to click on that. But already it's paying massive dividends back, and we're very, very excited about that. We're going to take a very short 12-second break. We're going to come back and we're going to talk briefly about Christian nationalism, and then we're going to get into the calls then. All right, we're going to be saving these comments that I have, a number of wonderful comments, but we're already down to 8:15, so I want to start getting those calls in as quickly as possible, starting with White Wellbeing Advocate and anybody else that would like to place a call. I can get to some of these if we have some gaps between the calls. But what I did want to mention is that right now we're seeing increasingly this Christian nationalism. And of course, when it comes to Christian nationalism, what you're looking at here is a proxy position. We want to be very clear about this. This white well-being is replete with Christian people who worship Jesus Christ, love Jesus Christ, and that's a wonderful thing. And we want them here, and we want their numbers growing. But what's happening across the United States, UK, and elsewhere with what's called Christian nationalism is this renascent. So that means that it's happening. It's happened before. It's happening again. It's renewed again. A renascent endeavor that is a failure. It's a failure every time. And there's a number of reasons why it is a failure. But the main reason is that Christianity in all its forms has already been beaten by anti-whiteism. So to have recourse to a vehicle and ideology that's already lost is to ensure its loss again, particularly so when the substance of Christian nationalism, the people, were much better in earlier ages when it was defeated than the kind of people we have today. So the big problem here is that how do we how do we work with people who start calling themselves Christian nationalists? Well, what is important, I think, for us is to point out to these people that the Go Free method works everywhere. And it works in every variety of Christianity, and therefore should be welcomed. Wherever they're pushing back against the Go Free method, and in particular because of its focus on white well-being, you know that you are witnessing usurpation. The usurpation of Jesus Christ and Christianity is something that we should be aware is happening, and we should be concerned of. The good Lord made Western kind. When you were created, that was all you were. You weren't Christian. You were white. The good Lord wants us to exist. He wants us to defend ourselves. Any Christian nationalism group saying that it's about loving all of God's children and all of these sorts of things is an effort to direct us, to deflect us away from the victimization of Western kind. And I submit to you that you're going to see honest white people who care about the white race, but who are afraid of the consequences of standing up against anti-whiteism, because that's the real spot at which we are being victimized. You're going to see a lot of these people who have recourse to a proxy position. Let's protect Christianity. Let's protect Jesus Christ, and these sorts of things. You're going to see them have recourse because of the fear of standing up against anti-whiteism. that they seek to evade by defending a position that's not under attack. And I repeat, Christianity and Jesus Christ is not under attack. Western kind is. Christianity and Jesus Christ is worshipped by a great many Westmen, men, women, and children. That is the only reason that Christianity suffers. If Christianity were not practiced by the white race, it would be left alone. If it could cause us harm, the anti-whites would laud it to the heavens. Where white people are not practicing Christianity, but non-white people are, that same exact media that talks about how evil the white race is and how evil their Christianity is, lauds the communal benefits and the deep spirituality of Christianity for this non-white group or that non-white group. You know it's true. But you're going to have, and we're already seeing it, white people who are running off into, and politicians particularly, and we'll talk about this on Jason Goes Political because of how important it is. Because you really, in all of these dissident Republicans, you really just have the dissidents, if you will, of the Republican Party 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 50 years ago. There's no difference if they don't say our name. I don't care how much Christian they say. They have to say our name. Talking about Christianity is a proxy position, period. Now, good people are getting involved in this Christian nationalism, and they are going to be manipulated by others who will join this effort to protect the self-interests of their group against a growing tide of white resentment about our victimization. Do you follow me? White people who are afraid of standing up against the actual victimizer, but have no problem pushing their chest out, defending something that's not under attack, will go to Christian nationalism, will claim that they are Christian nationalists. And while there, they are going to be manipulated by cunning anti-whites, and it's an anti-white. If a person sees their group, and that could be any number of things, their group could be any number of things. But if they see that their group could be harmed in some way, their power could be reduced in some way, their influence could be reduced in some way by the growing resentment of the white race against our victimization, they will and are already in Christian nationalism, and they will influence Christian nationalism to have this broad, bland, for everybody of every stripe, of every sexual desire, of all of these different things, as long as you love Jesus. And this is an immoral, evil usurpation of Christianity and Jesus Christ. They do not speak for Jesus Christ and Christianity. What they have to say about Christianity when it is at variance with the well-being of white people is of the devil himself. And in that scenario, I speak for Jesus Christ and Christianity, because I speak for the well-being of the white race. And I will burn down any of these fork-tongued demons who show up in the leadership with their money and influence and audacity and whatever else it might be at the head of these Christian nationalist movements, who want to turn it from something in the individual Christian that would stand up against our victimization into some sort of tepid for the well-being of all the peoples, and all the peoples are Jesus's children, and all of this sort of bullshit. They are anti-white. If you're not saying the name of our race, you're anti-white. If you don't say from the jump, this is about putting an end to the victimization of Western kind, you are anti-white. No hiding behind some porcelain baby Jesus. And let me tell you what, Jesus isn't going to want you hiding behind porcelain baby Jesus either. This is the day that a metaphorical sword is brought to town, not a jackass. So let's keep our eyes on these so-called burgeoning Christian nationalists and make sure they say, as a litmus test, name of our race. Don't tell me that this is for everybody. Tell me that you stand up for white well-being. And I promise you this, the demons that are involving themselves in Christian nationalism at the very top with their money and their audacity and showing up with their conversions and everything else, I promise you, they will reveal themselves instantly. This is like the glasses in the movie, The Go Free Method. This is like having the glasses in the movie. It's like wearing a crucifix in front of a vampire. You're going to get their attention real quick. These usurpers of Christianity, you'll get their attention real quick when you start talking about white well-being. Because if they hem and haw or balk at all, you have found your demons. Let's take some calls. We'll go right over to White Wellbeing Advocate. Here comes the call.
How's it doing, brother?
I'm great, man. How are you?
I'm doing awesome. Man, you said some awesome stuff tonight. I was at work, so I only got in not that long ago and had to do some stuff. But
cool.
But yeah, you got the slideshow set up, you said?
Well, I've got the pictures you sent before. It looks like you sent a bunch more. I don't have those. I mean, I haven't looked at them.
So what? They're basically the one that doesn't show the car and license plate. I sent you another version of that was cropped.
Right.
So
I didn't have that.
I said just to be safe, only these, and the ones I just sent you, I was saying only those ones.
All right, you can start. Let me see if I have them pulled up on the screen. So let me see, what do I do here to be able to?
I won't be able to see the screen because it's paused when I'm on the call.
Right. No, that's okay. I'm just looking to see how oh, maybe I do this. Hold on. This will do it. Let's do.
Maybe I could look at it for a second.
No, it's all right. I have to just. This will do it. I had them up. I was running. Let me tell you, I mean, it was getting tight for time before we got rolling here. Okay. So here we go. The first one is of the library with the door open. And I guess I'll just cycle through these while you are talking about it. Does that sound like the plan you wanted to pursue?
Yeah.
All right.
I can't see them, unfortunately, because this device, I can't lower the YouTube volume while keeping it on the call, but hold on.
No, it's fine.
I'm trying to click on the video for a second. To give you an idea of what it is, just a pristine, white, positive, and Christian free library exchange. The people of the neighborhood, they can drop off a book and they can borrow a book. And the cool thing is, my friend who lives there, it's his house. Even when if he's there or when even when he's not there, his wife is there. So whenever someone drops it off, it's not in there for long before they look at it so they can read and confirm that it's good to be safe to put it in there because it's for the neighborhood. I don't want to put anything anti-white,
right,
or traffic in there. And gonna trace back to start the story again really briefly. If you guys want to look to see what the opposite of this is, what's already in most towns, most neighborhoods and parks right now is the exact same thing. The boxes look different. Sometimes it's a mailbox. The containers always varies, but the exact same thing I explained, but only anti-white, which they say right on their website, only for authors of color or LGBT ones, and the very organization who they work with, they even post a link to show you their definition of authors of color, and it literally just says on the definition, anyone who's not white.
Wow.
Or an author who's not white. And they say like that in their own words. And or it's like they'll, books talking about kids transitioning or other biospirits and cultures, anything that doesn't project our biospirit in a positive light, and usually just other races. And sometimes there's some, and they're pretty much all rather anti-white, or books that, even if they have potential to not be anti-white, just the context of why it's there to replace it, or to not replace, sorry for saying that's an MP, erase ours. But this is the same concept, but instead of an anti-white one where we don't discriminate against Western times, we do discriminate against anything that's anti-white. So
amen.
I have no problem saying that. That's not discrimination, because any race of person, religion, background, ideology could be anti-white or white positive. So this is just any book that's rather patriotic towards America, that's white positive, or the Bible, or Christian literature, or white positive literature. You see one of the books in there you can get on White People's Press, even. You saw it.
Oh, yeah.
You could see in that one of those pics.
Yeah.
A People's Called America. That's a good one. You guys can get that at whitepeoplespress.com. Even those in this Maitland neighborhood who don't know what that is, well, now potentially some of them will. And as well as, No White Guilt, and the other books in there. I also had, I mentioned before, the Epoch Times, which is a magazine, which I stopped getting a subscription. I wouldn't say they're pristine, but they're patriotic from what I've seen and different stuff. But that got ruined by the rain before we fixed this and lifted it up and made it a little more rainproof. See how perfectly the sidewalk intersects. We placed it right perfectly where it's not on the sidewalk, it's on his property, but it intersects, so it feels like anyone on the sidewalk could put something in and out. But yeah, I'm sorry, continue.
No, I was gonna say it looks magnificent. I would like to get some 07s. I'm saluting you, brother. Some raucous emojis for White Wellbeing Advocate. This is just awesome. I mean, this is taking the initiative. It's putting good things out there that can empower people. Not things that are out there to insult or offend or shock, horrify normal folks. Stuff that's going to empower people. And they've done this. He's done this, folks, and whoever helped it of their own volition. They wanted this little library to be out there. There are similar things out there done by anti-whites. They fill these things with hatred of Western kind. And something like this is the perfect rebuttal. Something that undoes anti-whiteism, and well done, man. That's cool, and glad to see that you got it waterproof and you got this clear door on the front so people can see the books are inside, and they know what this means down, in that neighborhood, in that area. They know what this means. They see this kind of thing. They can take out a book. So I'm really excited about this, and thank you so much for this service. Yeah, we're taking a look at it. We see the shingles, I guess, that are on the back. Very proud of you, man. Well done. Are you able to hear me, or are we having a connection issue?
Can you hear me now?
Can hear you now. Go ahead.
All right. Yeah. And and what's even better is it turned out even better. Remember, I told you guys how none of my representatives, I hit or called them up, all my county, state, all these different sections of Florida, all my representatives I could try to get a hold of. This is a better outcome than if we got them to remove the anti-white library with okay, we're just going to place our own, and this looks actually better than if rather than just getting theirs removed, we're posting ours up and try to remove ours. And my friend, he's not totally going free. He's reading the book, practicing a little, and picking up on dialectics as well. And he's not, as the same degree as me going free, but he's down with the cause for sure. With everything about it, against anything that's anti-white. And he still sees things a little anti-Christian. And I talk with him and try, but he'll definitely he's someone who I could say this would push against any BS city ordinance and reason of oh, you're gonna have to remove this. This is a better example than trying to get any representatives to get the other one moved.
Right.
I think it makes us look better, certainly for now. And I think even if we were to still call your representatives, get anything anti-white at your neighborhood, but and if just to at least set the precedent that you didn't just sit there and let them figuratively slap you in the face.
Yeah.
Or at least defended yourself, or at least if you lose, you go down. For the men, I'd say like a men.
Yeah.
Or women, I would say like a mother would.
Yeah.
A protected mother. But anyways. Oh yeah, and you can go to the pic where you signed Crucible. Oh, I don't know if the copy of Go Free was one of the ones you signed. I should have took a picture. I should have took a picture of that.
Well, but yeah, we got Crucible.
At least one of the ones you signed. Yeah, you see that. You could read that out loud. It's your writing.
Oh, actually, I'm a little too. I'm trying to see it on the preview for everybody, and I need my glasses.
I can't quote it to that at the top of my head if I was looking at it.
Well, I can see that I wrote "Be the Hero in Our Story."
Yes,
from
the city of Maitland. Yes. Okay.
Yes, it's the Maitland.
Thank you, and I've.
Yep.
Yeah, and my family. Again, more of my family who I've been talking to is sharing with this. Proud of what I'm doing, and while I was talking about and I bring this up and show this too as an example of what I'm doing. I'm one example, we're actually doing something, and when I show them this too, they seem to take me bringing up the practice and how it's helped a lot more seriously, because it's not just talk.
Right.
I mean, just giving off untangible examples. Well, I give tangible examples to them too. I tell people how these goes down, but conversations with people. But yeah, we have a lot of success, and you guys, this is another thing too with my GFC that you guys should join. This is something we can do too. So even if you're just I don't want to leave reviews or whatever the reason is, I haven't joined. I mean, I can help you guys, show you the process of doing something like this. In this, so we, little projects like this, and this is what I mean to any institution, not just companies. Some companies, the best approach is online, and other companies, you see, if you have one of these anti-white, literally called the Little Free Library or littlefreelibrary.com or .org or something, the anti-white version in your neighborhood or a park in your neighborhood or somewhere. Join my GFC, and I will help you. I can even help you, Yiz the Eunuch helped me in showing process of reaching your representatives too.
Huh?
We'll make it aware to them, help you try to get that removed. Even if you fail, I'll show you how to, at least at the bare minimum, be assertive about it. And, you know, and also if you could get through them, how the closest you could. And it's competitiveness, but also where even it then show you how to figure out how to set this up here. And you don't have to build a wooden thing. You don't have to have like a wood shop thing. Now we built this, but anyway, like you can be creative with what you put it in. But anyways, brother, yeah, yeah, I appreciate everything. Oh yeah. I'm gonna put more business cards in there, and I was gonna, School of the West. And I'm saying this out to you. I'm gonna probably, if we've talked about this in the past before, I'm gonna rather pamphlets or business cards. Now that I have it set up, now I can get back on to trying to advertise as some type of piece of paper or something for School of the West. Because it's perfect, because it's a library.
Yeah.
You know?
That is perfect. Man, I'm so proud of you and the work you're doing there. You're down in Florida. So anybody interested, I guess, in meeting in person, I should say, and you're somewhere near there, you could do that, I guess. But you could also do this just virtually. You could join this GFC, I guess, be anywhere, and White Wellbeing Advocate will tell you what you got to do to be able to make one of these things. And I think we have Maiden DE is here. I think she was saying, great to see you, by the way. And I think she was talking about this little library, saying
you said great to see you.
Yeah, saying that it's adorable. It really is. I mean, this is kids. I mean, you could imagine a mother, father taking the little boy, little girl, they go on a walk and they come across this. It'd be the funnest thing to be able to pop that open and grab a book, take home, read that to the kids, and then when they're done, they allow the child to go back there and drop the book back in the library. I mean, that's really cool, and I really appreciate you doing this so much, man. Thank you so much for all your service to White Wellbeing. Really a shining star. And anything else you want to share before we let you go today?
Who said great to see you?
Oh, I was Maiden DE, I think she was saying that the library was adorable.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate that. And I can show you guys too how to do. Oh, and the state calling, that's fun for me. I used to do telemarketing, so I love trying anytime, like any phone contacts especially. And I could, if you guys want to join my GFC and you want me to help you do that too, how to call. It's going to vary, like the different departments and kinds of representatives. Some at the county, district, whatever. But try to reach your state representative through email and phone. And if they have phone contacts, maybe you can hear me like on a live call, and I'll demonstrate how I just figuratively just tickle them, and I make them. Right, they usually always back down, but I've got them to back down and rather apologize, half-ass, part of my language, halfway, but then try to take it back, and they just, but I'm getting better at that. But anyways, yeah, guys, well, I love you guys. We'll update, the time, add more. But, oh yeah, if you guys, even if you don't live over there, guys, you can send me book suggestions and stuff like that too. Just remember, it has to be appropriate for kids, so it can be like in the neighborhood like that, openly and for the open, It has to be appropriate for kids. It doesn't have to. That doesn't mean it has to just be for kids. It can be a book that adults level of reading and stuff, I think. So it doesn't have to be dumbed down either. But especially if it's for kids, but White People's Press is great for that. And Jason's knowwhiteguilt.org. Yeah, you're definitely an awesome author for sure as well. So I mean, those are my suggestions of books, and it could be, it doesn't have to be like that, like a hard book too. Like I said, I put the Epoch Times in there, like stuff that you find in a library if it was a white positive library or a Christian's library, which to me is one and the same if it's not preferredly Christian, if that makes sense.
Well, maybe the next time or the time after that we have you on, we could get an update on the little library and what you're doing with it. But this is glorious, and thank you so much, brother.
All right. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for joining, just being part of the community and being white positive. And Jason, I appreciate you writing some of those books in there, and I appreciate you also, helping putting me in the right direction, doing something like that's positive, and even all my other goals too. I knew him in a much better manner. Yeah, and I just want to, thank you for that.
That is
and
awesome.
Thank you for inspiring me for all of this.
That is fantastic. God bless you, brother. Thank you. Big Promethean hails to you, and you can call back anytime, man.
Thank you. Promethean hails.
All right. Bye-bye.
Have a good one. All right.
Wow. Wasn't that awesome? And now we know when somebody has pictures like that, I can share them like this, and there's no malfunction. Works beautifully. So that worked out just fine. What a great little library, little idea. I have this vision right now of like I'm going to call Mr. V is up next. If you want to have a call, we don't have a lot more time, so make sure you get it in. Mr. V is next. Get it in that you would like a call, and I'll call you. But I got this vision of a dad walking with a son or daughter or both, like little ones, and brings them up. And this, I could see the kids getting all excited, squatting down, opening the little door. And I want you to read me this one. I want you to, isn't that great? Man, that's beautiful. That's what you'll stand up and defend. Renault White Wolf says here, excellent stream. I have requested for a future stream. Please address talking about anti-whiteism with deeply MP-infected Christian family members who refuse to acknowledge the destruction of the West as anti-whiteism and always explain it away as a, quote, spiritual battle, quote, man's fallen nature, and, quote, end times. If you've already addressed this in depth, please let me know which stream. I really struggled with talking to my Christian relatives about this. I'm not against Christians, but the universalism and determinism concern me. For every white positive Christian, it seems there are far more that won't acknowledge race. Thanks. And it was an honor and inspiration meeting you at Yiz Picnic. I hope you attend her other event sometime. Renault White Wolf, I'm going to do a roll-in on just that. Because it really goes hand in hand with this Christian nationalism. And there's a lot of cowardice, regrettably, a lot of quietism in Christianity, a lot of do nothing, and it's all in God's hands. And I'll give you a little snippet of what motivates people there that I say when it comes to Christians. And that is, God hates. Don't let them tell you he doesn't hate. God hates when you sit on your ass and do nothing. That is the equivalent of a child saying to the parent, you clean my room. You can do it much faster. You can do it much easier. You can do the things I have to do with. You could do all my math homework much easier than I could. You do it. I'm just going to hope that you do it. The way a parent feels about a child, then the disgust, that's how the good Lord feels about you. And anybody that says otherwise is making up excuses to continue sitting on their ass and being a coward. This is how I've handled a lot of people, and it has Christians, and it has brought them out of this pusillanimity, this craven behavior. And ultimately, know this: if Christianity is going to participate in the reclamation of our destiny as a people, it's going to be in the mouths of people like me, not somebody who walks out of the pews with daintyisms and just chanting Christ is King. There's no magic spell. There's no abracadabra that does it. if there were, Christianity wouldn't have lost in the first place to it. And if God wanted you to do nothing and just sit around and wait for some storybook to play out, he wouldn't have bothered to put you here and given you the choice to sit on your ass or do something. Very few Christians will need more motivation. Paul says here, after watching my Jason Goes Political last week, I guess it was, Paul says, angry young man speaks a lot of truth. And with that, we will call the one and only, the great Mr. V. And then it looks like maybe Rory will be up next. Here it goes.
Hey, bro.
Champ, how are you doing, brother? The floor is yours.
I'm doing well, sir. How are you?
I'm great, man. Glorious days.
Fantastic. I'll try to keep this as fast as possible in case anyone else wants to call in.
Okay.
So I'll start with a little catch-up on Apocalypse Now. So last time I went back and I watched Apocalypse Now Redux, because we watched Apocalypse Now on the GFC movie night and we deconstructed it, and it remains the most MP-infected movie. And what I found by watching Hearts of Darkness, A Filmmaker's Apocalypse, which is the documentary of Francis Ford Coppola and his wife making Apocalypse Now and everything that went into it, is that there was anti-whiteism that was cut out.
Really?
Yes.
Interesting.
In the script. And I found out the reason why they cut out the scene with the French officers living in Vietnam, the French family living in Vietnam that had a plantation, was because Francis Ford Coppola thought it didn't work. You know, he said it didn't get the right actors, the lighting wasn't right, everything about it wasn't right, and therefore he said he was angry at it and decided to cut it out. I think it didn't work because it was anti-white garbage.
Yeah.
I think that's why the scene didn't work, is because if anyone saw it, the dialogue was garbage. It made no sense. It was just anti-white, didn't play into the movie. But looking at this documentary, let me see if I can quickly send you the image, brother, so you can look.
Okay.
This, because they had a co-writer for the movie, someone who co-wrote with Coppola. And let me see if I can get it here. And this was in the script. This was supposed to be an alternate ending for the movie, where Kurtz, which is this, if I'm not mistaken, a colonel that went astray and was working with his own army of non-whites in Cambodia and conducting the war his way, and massacring people, heads getting cut off, all kinds of just absolute insanity. And Captain Willard was sent to exterminate him. So here, in this line of dialogue, Kurtz, this absolute madman, and of course they made the villain a white man, played by Marlon Brando, who was a vicious anti-white, and he was getting paid, if I'm not mistaken, $1 million per week for this movie.
Oh my God.
Yes. And by the way, he didn't even do what Coppola wanted him to do, which was he didn't prepare physically, so he was out of shape, and he showed up even fatter than Coppola expected.
Wow.
And he didn't read Hearts of Darkness by Joseph Conrad, which is what Coppola used as inspiration for Apocalypse Now. But here's what it says from Kurtz. We fight for the land that's under our feet, gold that's in our hands, women that worship the power in our loins. I summon fire from the sky. Do you know what it means to be a white man who can summon fire from the sky? What it means? You can live or die for these things, not silly ideals that are always betrayed. What do you fight for, Captain? And then Captain Willard says, because it feels good. Now, this part was kept out, but it's interesting that they included references to Western kind. And it reveals that it wasn't just hallucination. The mention of race was there, and it was stronger before.
Yes.
So this is the MP of the white man that is that when he meets the technologically advanced white man, that when he meets a tribe of non-whites, falls for the desire to rule over them as a lord, as a kind of a
yes.
as kind of a man god, if you will. Do you know what it means to be a white man who can summon fire from the sky? I mean, and associating, of course, Western kind with destruction.
Yeah.
Again, this is what you do. You get in here with these non-whites and you lead them, and it's this essentially an army of darkness.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So it's quite anti-white in that manner. What it's communicating.
Wow. Magnificently attuned, good brother. Magnificently attuned to anti-whiteism. And Mr. V is experiencing this. He's leaps and bounds ahead of so many folks. But when you become so attuned to it, and especially you'll have these buoyant epiphanic moments when you start to learn, and it's suddenly like, oh my God, I see it. Oh my God, I see it. But when you really start to get good, you can dig in and you can find where these things might be 2-3 layers down. And that's where they are most pernicious, when they're hidden amid what otherwise on the outside, the exterior, the veneer is acceptable. This is brilliant work done, brother. Thank you so much for this. Wow.
Thanks, brother. And it's all thanks to you, because you taught all of us how to deconstruct anti-whiteism, how to analyze it, how to study it, how to understand MPs, how to read movies properly. One more thing. He said in the Cannes Film Festival in 1979 that his film is not about Vietnam. Quote, "It is Vietnam. It's what it was really like. It was crazy." Now, that's quite the statement, because the movie is full of anti-whiteism and it's absolute insanity. It's difficult to believe that any of these things actually happened. I know there was some craziness going on, but for a filmmaker to say, no, it's not just a film. This is reality here. It's quite a statement.
It is quite a statement. This is, and what MC works perfectly there. Hollywood isn't history. You can use that, of course, for books, book publishing, anything that's anti-white, anything that is, the imagination, some visage of some anti-white ghoul, crawl out of the cemetery. It's just Hollywood isn't history. But you see, they know the power of entertainment, and they present it as fact, even though it's just pulled out of their rears. And then they'll have the gall to go out in public and say, reminds me, we are not going to write down or to say this particular incident. But it reminds me of an anti-white one time that made a claim about an event in history, claimed that he was there and he went through all of this horror, has seen it all firsthand. And in fact, there is I can think of actually a few more coming to mind as I think about this one. And then when discovered that actually he wasn't at any of that, he wasn't anywhere, he still said, even to the reporters and everything, even though I wasn't there, it's true because I believe it. This is the kind of mindset you have with anti-whites. And so we need to take the story away from them. We need to be in our own tale. And when we are in our own tale, look how glorious this is. You have this hero of the West here in Mr. V, and he's like wearing this gleaming armor, metaphorical armor, and he's just metaphorically thrashing his way through this dank mirror, this jungle of lies that's meant to just, they're biting flies and poisonous snakes and spiders and everything, and he's just cleaning away the awful and preparing the land to be able to be sowed with good seed, good harvest, good people, and a loving future. That is the hero of today. And we are that hero. That's magnificent. What else do you have to share, brother?
Well, good news is we also saw a movie called A Song of the Sea, and that has been approved. So it's a children's movie. We were on the lookout for MPs because one of the protagonists is a little blonde boy, and he's a bit of a bully to his sister at first. But we concluded it's not an MP because it has to do with the character itself and things that happened in its past, and I can't spoil it. So we concluded that there was no MPs there. As far as we could tell, that one was quite pristine. So it's called A Song of the Sea, animated children's movie. And it takes place in Ireland, a little blonde boy and his sister, and it goes into the story of their mother and their father and everything that happened. So that was quite good. That was very enjoyable, and it was good to finally watch a movie that was pristine.
Well, that's great. I hope the great Brent Danger is, if he doesn't have this already, up on School of the West as a movie that families and kids can watch. A Song of the Sea is what it's called. Maybe he could add that. So let's make sure that the great Brent Danger finds out about that movie. Great. Keep talking, brother.
Oh yeah, and I've done the same thing. I noticed that there are some movies he put up on schoolofthewest.world, and those are great. So I took down those that I thought were best, and we'll be covering those so that anyone who's interested we'll know what MPs are, and each one will have kind of a database. We'll add them to our database. We'll cover them. We'll go over them, analyze them, etc. There are some really interesting movies there, so I added those to the list as well. Just an ever-growing list. We're going to watch Inception next Thursday, so that will be the 24th movie.
Nice. Well, I'll be eager to hear what you come away with from watching that. And I also want to just point out that did you notice the intellectual honesty and the maturity looking at the movie, seeing something that initially could be a meme pathogen, didn't just run away with it, didn't say, oh, this is absolutely meme pathogen, let me find a way to make it work. No, in fact, observed it, said this might be a meme pathogen. Let's set it here. We'll watch and we'll see if anything else either proves or disproves that first sighting, and then determine, nope, this was part of the character's evolution, not actually a meme pathogen. So that sort of intellectual honesty is what our brothers and sisters, average brothers and sisters out there, that's what they're looking for. This is a science that is being applied to our world, our victimization, a real science. Not like the garbage that masquerades as science today. I mean, I'm sure there are people out there that sexually identify as science now. So this is the real deal, and we will attract more and more good people to our ranks from being good people. Floor is yours with whatever else you have to say before we let you go, brother.
Yeah, stay away from anyone who sexually identifies as the Big Bang. That's for sure.
Wait, I can't. No, I'm kidding. Oh, I use that every weekend.
But yeah, it's so important to do this, to go through old media and deconstruct all this stuff. It's so key. Please join a GFC. Join Western Associates GFC. Look in the description. Check out the GFC that's closest to you. Some great guys there, and they join us. Western Associate, he's busy, but you'll find him there at our events. Sometimes he's rushing, but he makes it. And it's the same with all of our guys. Yeah, and to people that are anxious and uncertain, whether you're doom divining or you're thinking about secession, or you're thinking about a political ideology, or getting swept up by religious fervor, that's all because you're getting distracted. You're not focusing on the practice. If you focus on the practice, the anxiety and the uncertainty goes away.
Yeah.
Because you feel that you're doing what you're supposed to be doing. You feel that power that you have, and you feel like the recapture of our destiny is in our control, which it is. It's just a matter of us tapping into that archetype of Western kind, working at the biospiritual level. That's the most important thing. Politics failed, religion failed, economics failed. It's all failed. Working at the biospiritual level, that's what matters. That's the genius of Mr. Kuna's work, was his understanding of that. And from there, everything glorious has followed. So, and RC, one thing I can't forget, RC is just coming out with jam after jam.
Yeah.
The latest one was amazing. Brother, wait until you hear the next one that's coming out.
Really?
Oh, it's so good. Oh man, it's so good. I can't wait to send it your way, brother. So thanks to every single person that has created GFC, every single person that has joined, and every single person that does any bit of work for white well-being. Thank you, brother, for everything that you do, and I'll leave it there.
Promethean Hails, brother. We love you.
Promethean Hails, brother. Take care.
All right. Bye-bye. Wow. Okay. That is... Now, Rory, are you here right now? Or was that... It says today. Are you here right now? I'll go ahead and try to give you a call so we can get you in, just in case you are still with us. Here comes... Wasn't that amazing, though? Gosh, that was just so glorious. Let's get Rory in here real quick before we run out of time.
Hello, Jason.
Hello, brother. The phone's not still ringing. I love it. How are you? What's on your mind?
I could I tell you a little bit about that one. It was a bit weird. I bought these new Bluetooth headphones, and they connect both to my laptop and to my to my phone. So yeah, when I tried to call you, it was still ringing on my phone, but I had no idea it was connected to my phone.
Right.
But,
okay.
But anyway, such things happen, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, just a few points, Jason.
All right.
You have these Dragon Mondays, don't you?
Yes, we do.
So I was wondering if you could. I wanted to talk a little bit about the white dragon flag of England.
Yeah.
And I don't know whether you could pull up that.
The flag? Yeah, go ahead. I'll pull it up while you talk about it.
You on your screen.
Yep.
That would be quite fun. And then I'll read you a little bit about it. I found a website. It's actually called wearetheenglish.com. And they talk about the flag. Did you manage to find the photo?
I did, and I'm saving one right now. It'll be up on the screen in moments. You can go for it, brother.
Excellent. Well, I said, this I've never come across this website before, wearetheenglish.com, but it looks rather interesting. And they talk about it. It's a long article.
Okay, well, what part of it can you read?
I'll just read a little bit about it.
Okay.
In one paragraph.
Right.
Add your interest. And it says, or it reads, the dragon was the emblem of Wessex, the territory of the West Saxons. It is the banner under which King Alfred the Great defeated the great Viking army at the Battle of Edington. And it was the banner carried by the mighty King Athelstan when he smashed the combined armies of the Scots, Welsh, Norse, and Irish at the Battle of Brandenburg in 937. The dragon was flown by Harold II, so I think found it interesting, when he destroyed the Norse army at the Battle of Stamford Bridge in 1066. And it was the banner under which he and his warriors fought to the death, 3 weeks later, protecting their homeland from invasion. Well, obviously that was William the Conqueror. The dragon flag of the English is shown on the battle scene of the tapestry sewn by English women to commemorate the battle.
Wow. That is some
So,
rich history.
well, I thought you and your audience, might be interested in that one.
Yeah, absolutely. We had Lunder from Down Under said, "Ah, yes, the true English flag." He responded in the live chat.
Well, yeah, absolutely right. Yeah. I mean, obviously, the Welsh have their red dragon, don't they, on their flag? But this one has gone out of circulation somewhat. I flew it from my flagpole on Indigenous Peoples Day with a little banner under it saying "White Lives Matter."
Oh, there you go. Did anybody vex you? Did anybody come pound on the door?
No. I mean, I was expecting some complaints, but no, people were like walking by and looking at my flag and going, so I like that.
That's great, man. Yeah, over here, definitely, I don't think almost anybody would know. It's kind of like the Bonnie Blue flag as a flag of the South. I used to tell, especially a lot of females down south here, they wanted to put like a sticker on their car, that Confederate flag, something to show pride in our heritage. And they asked, me, what should I put on? In fact, I remember there was, who was this? Raymond and Heidi. I think they asked, we want to put a flag up to show solidarity with the South, but they're worried because the stars and bars and the Union or the naval jack for the Confederacy battle flag are all very recognizable as these evil symbols in society. So Southerners, though, us true Southerners, we know that the Bonnie Blue flag is also one of ours. And so a lot of people end up putting that sticker or that flag up. It's a lovely flag. And I think the history is that every Southern state based their state flag on the Bonnie Blue. They started off with that as their template and then said, okay, what do we do with it? And so you can still really see it. For example, in the Virginia state flag, they got rid of the star and they put the seal. For the Texas flag, they moved the Bonnie Blue star over to the left side and then added the red and white bars. So these are interesting pieces of our past, but it's a beautiful flag, brother, and we really appreciate you sharing some of the history with us. Is there anything else you want to say before we let you go for tonight? And your audio sounds 10 times better than it ever has before, so stick with whatever you're using.
Well, yeah, thank you. Yeah, these Bluetooth headphones, and straight enough, they don't have an obvious microphone on them. It's built in somewhere, but no, yeah, I don't know how much time I have, Jason, but yeah, speaking of flags, I think I told you once, a relative of my wife, you might not like this being a Southerner.
Okay.
He was actually awarded the Medal of Honor.
Okay.
For after fierce hand-to-hand combat, defending the Union flag from falling into the arms of the Confederates at the Battle of Gettysburg.
Mm-hmm. That's fantastic. I mean, I honor our people on both sides of every conflict. They're not openly fighting, if they're not white and openly fighting for anti-whiteism, in which in these cases, all these cases, they weren't. They were told different things. And so it was the same bravery. It was that same biospirit on both sides that called them to the conflict in various ways. And unfortunately, in some cases, they were more misled, and in other cases, they were closer to the truth. But nonetheless, the individual combatants who got out there on the field and contended in those horrific conditions, that is warfare, and we absolutely reject violence. I honor both sides, and I'm saddened for both sides as well. We need to reflect on this, and like the winning of that Medal of Honor, that's magnificent. You really have a glorious family heritage. And that is a magnificent achievement. And I think, with that honor and that struggle, those of our boys on both sides fighting for that flag on that battlefield at that time should be something that motivates us forevermore to never allow something that monstrous and grisly to ever happen again. So wonderful, though. That's a wonderful piece of history. Another gem in your family's lore.
Well, thank you. Yeah, here, Jason, I have to say. Lastly, I'd just like to pick you up a little bit on this business of Christian nationalism.
Okay, let's do it.
Because I don't know whether it isn't a big thing in America right now.
It's catching on.
Okay, I mean, are you talking like people like modern monarchists and Fuentes, those guys?
Well, we've definitely had modern monarchists on. He's a great guy. I've had many conversations with him. I have talked with Fuentes in person one time when he attended a conference that I was at. But yeah, they are. I don't know about. I think modern monarchist is a devout Catholic, and I think it's very meaningful for him. And I don't imagine that he would be willing to sit on his hands and let God do it. And I also don't think that he would allow somebody to dilute it from being something that we defend ourselves against victimization on the basis of us being attacked because we're white, because we're Westmen. Nick, on the other hand, I don't know. It increasingly seems, especially now, as he's allying himself with people who are obviously not Christians in the sense that I think most of us would understand to be Christian, and bringing over a lot of people to his network that are not even white sympathetic. I mean, bringing people in that are just willing to talk about Christian nationalism, but they don't care at all about white people. And there's a real danger to that. So that's really what I'm speaking to.
Yeah, it's not. It doesn't seem to be a big thing, in the United Kingdom, Jason. But we've got some good people, who are Christians, part of Patriotic Alternative, for example.
Yeah.
And and Jodie Kay, I'm sure she wouldn't mind me mentioning her name.
Yeah, absolutely.
And extremely supportive, of our cause. So I don't know. I was just thinking, don't write them off too quickly, Jason. There are some good Christians as part of our team.
Oh yeah. Oh, I'm 100% endorse Christianity and the good Christians who are in service to white well-being. A lot of wonderful people. I want to protect them from the usurpation of this Christian nationalist moniker being turned into something that dismisses the defense against our victimization in favor of this broader sort of it's Christianity versus the devil sort of thing. Because this is exactly what these usurpers do with Christianity, is they misdirect. They want to take it somewhere else so that the focus isn't on white people uniting to put an end to our victimization. And Christianity should be a part of that process, and it should not be allowed to be usurped by interlopers, I guess is a way to put it, who want to broaden it to be something other than it is. We are, the bottom line is anybody that shows up, and then I can give you 60 seconds to respond, and I gotta let you go. But anybody who shows up and they say to us, no, it's, and in so many words, they might not say these exact verbatim, but in so many words, they say, no, it's, yes, white people are harmed because this is a battle between good and evil. And let's start talking about the good and evil in the world and how we need to protect all the people, because that is one of the main arguments that has been used to defeat Christianity, anti-whiteism, defeating Christianity in the past, It gets us to stop talking about ourselves, and to even, these people will refrain it as an immoral thing to focus on ourselves being victimized and not worry about everyone else. And that's something that the white race is already given to, is to worry about everybody else, especially with all of the mean pathogens. But 60 seconds, the floor is yours, brother.
Well, that's good to hear, Jason. You know, I'm glad you think that way. I remember I said to you a thing about Bishop Williamson, who's Catholic, and has been banned from the Catholic Church because he's pre-Vatican II, and he thinks, he believes that, he does believe that that's where it all went wrong, and I tend to agree with him. I know you might not agree with him totally, but I think he's a shining example of how Christians, and particularly Catholics, can support our cause.
Well, that's fantastic to hear. And I'm sure that as we continue to grow in our moral defense against the anti-whites, he'll be able to say more, and we'll know more about just how far he's willing to go. So I hope to see him be able to say our name and to say that this is clearly an attack on the white race, and Catholicism isn't going to stand for that. I'd love to hear it. But we will have you call in anytime you want, brother, because we love you. You're awesome.
Well, thank you so much, Jason. And Promethean Hails, or Marmesian Hails, I should say. But,
both Promethean and Marmesian Hails.
Thank you so much, Jason, for having me on.
Yes,
Excellent.
sir. Well, have you anytime. Bye-bye now.
Okay, bye for now.
That was a great conversation, wasn't it? And I'm glad he came on and asked, as we're in the waning minutes here, I'm glad he came on and asked about Christian nationalism, because my position, and what I think we have to do, is a nuanced position. People are, and I've talked about this before, all going way back to my youth, speculating that the reason why we are wont to binaries is because we have two hemispheres. And then it was just last year or whatever that there was like articles and Scientific American saying scientists now think that because of two hemispheres. So people probably thought that before then, but it occurred to me that because of this, because of the two hemispheres being wont to and really only able to think in this binary up, down, 1, 0, right, left, that if somebody hears a criticism, they think, 100% opposed. But what I think we have to do, and what I will do, what I personally will do, is where we see usurpers come to the leadership or financial, support of Christian nationalism, where they clearly demonstrate that they're usurpers and not speaking about the victimization of Western kind in favor of any other, name the Christian argument, I will call them out and we will burn them down. And to do so, we'll be protecting the real Christians from being duped yet again by such people and led down another blind path, because there's no more time for more. We're going to be able to look back and say, oh, remember 20 years ago when we were duped that time? Well, we hope we don't get duped this time. There won't be any more. It'll be open anti-white tyranny. There won't be need for any duping you anymore at that point. So this is it. It's the last time at bat. And if I'm going to allow some former this proud about their particular group, and now they're going to be Christian nationalists, and then you're going to end up with a bunch of good people end up looking up to these. I will seriously intervene there. They do not speak for the Christian God. If you want somebody in which is, creator, if you want somebody who's going to speak for Christianity, and we can rightly say here, white Christianity, it's going to be somebody like me. It's going to be somebody who wages this conflict with the tools that it requires for victory, and they are going to bring with it, that person and those people, that mantle. It's not going to be the other way around, because Christianity was defeated by anti-whiteism. It's like chanting your sports ball team's name after the clock has run out and they've lost. The game's over. You've been beaten. There isn't another at bat. And your players now are not the all-stars that you had of the past. I mean, you're not talking about the kind of people who went to fight the Crusades or something. You're talking about some, oh my God, have you been to a church? Have you been to church? There are some good people, but it's like finding the good apple out of all the soiled ones. It's now, it's not like you have a field of these ripe, beautiful apples and, and you just have, oh no, there's a one with a worm here. It's like you're looking for the apple that still gleams and isn't soiled by mean pathogens. So, and good Christians know that about me. That's why we have I Love Jesus Christ. I mean, that's why people who are hardcore Christians, they pray for me and they can feel in their prayer that I'm legit. I'm the real deal. If Jesus is going to get behind anybody, it's going to be a champion like me. And you know it. He's not going to get behind the good Lord, the Creator is not going to get behind some effete, well, I hope, and we should feel. And no. Good Lord is not going to get behind 4 foot tall, 100-pound soaking wet these, who knows, the sexuality, get behind these people who are just shouting, Christ is King, Christ is King, and going to support that. If this is a God that can tear open the heavens and move continents and oceans, I'm much more to his liking than people like that. Let's get a big round of raucous emojis out for Artificer, who just right here late in the day, financially gifting $25. God bless you, good brother. He says, to back Mr. White Wolf's message, Yiz could help. And then gives a salute. 07, yes. Talking about dealing with the Christian family members, yes. Dragon Monday, tomorrow. She's at 6. ForNull's at 8. The Dragon Lords are on. Make sure you're with them. I might come on briefly to tell everybody to head on over. Maybe read some of these and talk to this Renault White Wolf. Artificer back with another $5. Another $5. And he says with this one, it's a folk tithe. God bless you, man. You really turning out to be a great champ, a great hero in service of white well-being. And another Alma Lahar coming in late as well. 3.5 minutes left. $13.37 financial gift. Thank you so very much, good brother. Another champion, been around for a long time. And he says, for white well-being. You all know it's true. You know that if the good Lord is going to want a champion in the ring, it's not going to be people who are apologizing for being white. It's not going to be people who are effete and put the victimization of our people in the background and just want to go on and on about, drone on and on about, it's the devil, it's the devil. Look, let God deal with the devil himself. Let God, with his supernatural powers, let him deal with that, whatever that is. We have to deal with the real devils here on earth. They're called anti-whites, and they play every underhanded, despicable, disgusting game and hand imaginable to them. They'll use principles and they'll discard principles. They'll lie to you right to your face. They'll take contradictory positions. You're not going to be able to be a nice guy. You're not going to be able to mirror yourself after the modern church. You're not going to be able to take up the fight of all peoples against the evil in the world. And you will know those usurpers in Christianity by those very words. And it's going to be somebody like me with a metaphorical sword of fire that comes onto the scene. And you'll know who God supports. You'll hear the thunder, just like I do. I love you all. Let's go free.